The following program is for adult audiences only.
I've been, they don't feel like forever, but each step I'm taking, it seems like I'm finding myself. I've searched for gold and I've uncovered all kinds of treasure, but I'd take it all and I'd give it to somebody else. 'Cause none of that means much. A little love would be enough. I'm on my way back home, and I know on the other side of the great unknown, there's a place I'm welcome in, there's a place I know I'm called a friend, there's a place that I'm never alone, 'cause there's a place called home, a place called home. Oh, I've walked for miles and I've traded my time for adventure. Yeah, I've seen the world and I know what it's got to give. Yeah, I've had some fun, but I know where I came from. I'm on my way back home, and I know on the other side of the great unknown, there's a place I'm welcome in, there's a place I know I'm called a friend, there's a place that I'm never alone, 'cause there's a place called home, a place called home. Oh, said I'm on my way back home. There's a place I'm welcome in, there's a place I know I'm called a friend, there's a place that I'm never alone, 'cause there's a place called home, a place called home. There's a place called home, a place called home. Home.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. It's another beautiful Tuesday for Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape. And unfortunately, Kenny the Vaping Heat is MIA. I hope the man's all right. Don't know. Haven't heard from him. But the show must go on, and we will truck on because I've got a wonderful show planned for you guys today. I've got some Vape Mail. We've got our usual segment with retro vapes and random recipe mixing. And, well, I got this brainstorming of an idea that, you know what? I talked about doing a podcast before, but didn't really do a whole heck of a lot to actually move forward on that project. Well, now that most of the stuff around the studio has gotten taken care of, and I've been working on a bunch of other stuff and finally caught up with most of it, I decided to do a little bit of a recording one day just on the whim of it, because I kind of do miss doing the news, despite it being not very pleasant most of the time when it comes to vaping. So that's what we're going to take a look at today. It's kind of like considered a pilot episode for the Daily Drag News Podcast. And I figured this is something I could throw together really quick within an hour or two between recording it, editing it, and then, you know, throwing it up on the thing. I'm going to create a thumbnail for the whole series. And the whole purpose of it is so that you can listen to it on your way to and from work. And, well, we'll see how it goes. So today we're going to air that pilot episode of this podcast. I want to get your honest feedback on it. Do I sound too bitchy in it? Or is this exactly what we need to hear? You know, people advocating and talking from the person, from the consumer's perspective, from the heart, on what our real opinions are of the crap that we see in the news every single day. So that's lined up for us today. And we've got our flavor explosion ready to go. I'm still drinking my coffee from the morning. I got another cup sitting here ready to go. Sean Lynch, hello and welcome. But I got all this stuff lined up. It's going to be another wonderful episode for us today. And as we started out last week, I want to ask you guys, what are you vaping on today? I noticed, I think Scott Merriman posted on the Facebook page last week. I'm going to have to actually pull it up because I didn't actually save it. I thought about it. I'm like, oh man, I better get this thing ready to go. And it's one of the things that slipped my mind. So while I go and get that and download that, I figured in the beginning of this intro, you guys noticed a bunch of car pictures. Well, those were car pictures back from when I was doing a car show, and we didn't actually cover it last week. So how about we jump over and I'll run you through the pictures from this car show that I was on. I DJ'd. Used to do them every single week in various locations all around here. But man, people put their blood, sweat, and tears into these projects, these pet projects. And it was nice for them to be able to go out once a week and show off these wonderful things. Get some wonderful food. We had some local food vendors set up little carts. I mean, it wasn't anything super fancy, you know, your basic hot dogs and steak hoagies and those kind of things. But these cars are just immaculate. You consider, I mean, some of these cars are older than we are by quite a number of years. This is pretty much their only hobby, is keeping their cars immaculate and then taking it to the car shows to show off. Just hang out for a day and enjoy the beautiful weather outside. There's just so many of them. And there's my beast. Just sitting out, hanging out, shooting the breeze with people. We're going to get to one here shortly that I was kind of impressed with. Because the one thing some of these guys do is they try and get their vehicles to be completely true and accurate to the time. It isn't just about, you know, having a nice looking car. These guys are literally preserving history. And that's kind of the reason why we do these retro vapes. It wasn't just, you know, one big massive apocalypse purchase. Look at that old beast. These are vehicles from when we were in high school to the latest ones. Tesla. Brand new Tesla. He got some flack for bringing this thing to the car show. They're like, man, this is a car show. You can show off your car, but seriously, a Tesla? But realistically, I mean, for some people, this was the first time they ever got to see an actual Tesla up close. The old Firebird. Amazing cars. Classic Mustang. A flathead V8. Back in the Prohibition days, those vehicles were used to supply what people wanted, and the government said they couldn't have. You think they would learn. But here's one I was talking about, preserving history. You know, not only do they have the fender cover there for if you were working on your vehicle back in the day, but you have the brochures and the hats and even the cigarettes that came with the vehicle. You literally got that pack right inside with the car when you bought it brand new. Back when the ashtrays and the cigarette lighters were actually used for your cigarette ashes in lighting cigarettes. Even the makeup case and the mirror. We're lucky to have them on our vent visors nowadays. Unbelievable. Good old rat rods. Just leaving it all hang out. Yeah, some real car porn for you guys. So, how about if I find the right scene, we take a look at what you guys have been putting in chat. What have you guys been vaping on today? Dusty says he's vaping on the Geek Vape L2 with the Arbiter 2, an L2 with a Fat Rabbit, and a Flavor Shot Northburg, and some simple recipe from all the flavors. Awesome. Vaping Bic has the Titan Advanced Combo with Tungsten, and the Tungsten with the Osiris RTA, and a little cute Vupu H40. And Sean Lynch has the RPM 5 Pro with Seriously Soda Blue Raspberry Lemonade. Man, does that sound fantastic. Awesome. Well, there's no sense of putting it off any further. Here comes the pilot episode for your daily drag on harm reduction. This is August 13th, 2023, and your daily drag on harm reduction. Up first today, Western Australia, major confiscation in vaping products. On Louisiana, we have 2 dead in front of a vape shop. And in Sydney, they're complaining that they haven't done enough to crack down on vaping. So, without further ado, this is your daily drag on harm reduction. I'm DJ Alex, and this is your daily drag on harm reduction. I'm just searching Google for vape news, and well, this is what we find, folks. New Zealand youth vaping crisis. Cloud smoke-free future. Seriously? New Zealand's youth is the primary concern when you're talking about a smoke-free future? Whatever happened to the fact that the whole purpose of looking at a smoke-free future revolves around the number of smokers that are dying from their combustible tobacco habit? Well, regardless, here it is.
It got more accessible for me, so I got addicted. Everyone around me was vaping at the time.
Poor Coco, whose name has been changed to protect her identity, was 12 when she vaped for the first time. She's now 15 and trying to quit.
She was angry.
As she smiled at her mother sitting nearby.
My phone was taken away from me.
Oh, the poor darling. The poor darling 15-year-old had her phone taken away from her simply because she was found with a vape. Heaven forbid a modern child actually face consequences when they choose to do something illegal. I think we've covered about enough there is to cover about that. Because down in Louisiana, we have 2 dead in front of a shooting at a vape shop. And when you click on this to hear the story, well,
let's make your next meal a game changer.
You're going to face another commercial.
Pizza toppings.
Because we live in a corporate America where the corporate profit takes precedence over the lives of its citizens. Heaven forbid we actually get to find out what's going on.
Police are investigating a double homicide at a vape shop on Centenary Boulevard. Police say they found one man dead outside the shop and another man dead inside. Police tells us the 2 deceased men are actually considered suspects at this time. No arrests have been made, and so far police have told us they have not told us what led up to the shootings.
So in other words, there's no information to be had in this story. Just the fact that there are 2 men dead, one inside the shop, one outside the shop, and they're both considered to be suspects, which leads me to believe that instead of a ram raid, what we have here are 2 men who broke into a vape shop to steal the inventory they had there, and somebody took care of the problem before it left the store. But who am I to judge when there are no facts to be had in this news report? So let's move on to the next one. Is local government doing enough to reduce the number of youth who vape? And if you click on this little link here from the Guam Daily Post, you're not going to find a story whatsoever. It's simply a poll asking you a question that's already been formed so that you have no alternative but to declare you're either a vapor and think that the government is doing enough, or you are an uninformed citizen who simply sides with the general propaganda in the times. And your obvious answer is going to be, no, they can never do enough to protect the children of our society. So let's be realistic. There's no point in even clicking on that one. Because here in El Paso, Texas, schools attempt to deal with a rise in THC vaping. Heaven forbid the children of our society who are being befuddled with social stigma and trying to keep up with the Joneses on social media to make themselves look prettier than they actually are because that's what the modern standard is. Well, we need to fit in with our social crowds, and how whatever they're doing, that's what you got to do. So if your friends are vaping THC, well, you're going to vape and get high in the bathrooms, in the hallways, in class, and damn the torpedoes, because we know there's going to be consequences, but so be it. Some of these kids are just being blatant about using vapes. Socorro Independent School District Police Chief George Johnson said this led to a dramatic rise in minors, some as young as 10, facing felony charges for possession of THC concentrates. Oh my, El Paso, Texas has a problem on their hands, and the Texas Education Code will be happy to expel these children and send them to alternative education programs where they will complete their compulsory education requirements to be indoctrinated into society. No, I'm sorry, it's not about math and science, English, history, social studies. No, these things are not important nowadays. All that's important is that they be indoctrinated into the modern way of thinking. What a sad world we live in. Moving on. Oh, record vape bust in Perth? Well, we'll cover that, but I think we need to first address the Sydney Morning Herald, because the Sydney Morning Herald is obviously not happy right now because there's a major vaping crackdown that was promised by the regulators in Sydney. And 3 months on, well, there's no start date in sight. There hasn't been an official announcement that Sydney's going to crack down on this problem of vaping. Minister Mark Butler, you know Black Mark Butler, said that he's going to ban all disposable products and make it easier for doctors to prescribe vapes. But when you take a closer look at it, it's nothing but a bunch of propaganda, a bunch of talk. This sounds good, so I'm going to say it and bash everything that's going on out there. Damn the consequences. And then guess what happens? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Until he starts to look bad again, and then he's going to do something that is obviously going to make the situation worse, but will make him look like, oh man, he's really tough on it. Kind of like when they're tough on crime, or tough on drugs, or tough on gun control. But does any of that stuff ever actually happen? Do our lives actually ever get better when politicians get involved in anything? Of course not. Of course not. So, being that they look bad, well, Western Australia said, we're going to jump on this opportunity, and we're going to report about a bust that we did. Oh, whoa, so fantastic, right? A $10 million, 25-ton seizure of illegal vapes and nangs has been seized in Perth. And I'll play this video for you, but I know how ABC in Australia is. They're just going to copyright claim this whole news report. So let me fill you in on what they had to say. They showed you all these boxes of vaping products that are out there. And there was a bunch of them. To be honest, it was just a couple pallets of vaping products. Okay? Maybe enough to stock, I don't know, half a dozen vape shops, right? The real bust here were these nitrous oxide cartridges. Apparently, well, when the teenagers can't get their hands on vaping products, well, they get their hands on these nitrous oxide capsules, and they huff them and puff them. Kind of like when we were growing up as kids, and there were kids that were glue sniffers. They would open up a bottle of glue, not to do some kind of creative, artistic project, but simply to inhale the fumes and the toxic organic compounds in that glue so they could get high. Kind of like what's going on in El Paso with them with their THC products. Well, here in Australia, Western Australia, to be more specific, the kids are huffing on these nitrous oxide nangs. So, what are the politicians going to do? Obviously, they're going to put them on the prohibited list. We're going to ban these nitrous oxide canisters. And only legally authorized adults who work
in bakeries and catering industries are going to have authorized access to these products. So, if you saw some wonderful video on TikTok that showed you how to create this beautiful mousse using these nitrous oxide cartridges, well, wipe that idea out of your mind because the government is not going to ban it. Why are they banning it? Well, because the kids are misusing it, and we need to protect the kids at all costs. That's what politicians do. And let's be honest, the majority of the 25 tons were in these nitrous oxide cartridges, not in these vapes. But since there's such a problem on vaping in Australia, well, we had to tell you that it was a vape bust to make us look good. Because as politicians, all we like to do is ban stuff and ban stuff and ban stuff. And, well, eventually we get found out for the fact that these bans don't actually do anything but make the problem worse. Made us look good for a little while. But eventually people wise up and realize the bans just made the situation worse. And now, not only do we have the original problem, but we also have other problems that were caused by our ban. And that's the way it is. August 13th, 2023. Hope you guys all have a fantastic day. And my wish is always peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. Have a great day.
And there you have it. Once again, me pushing the wrong buttons. But there you have it. The daily drag on harm reduction. The pilot episode. I want your honest feedback. Does it look like a raging lunatic sitting there bitching and moaning about stuff? Or is it the perspective that we need to hear and need to put out there? Because quite honestly, I know I'm pissed off at all this crap that's going on out there. And these politicians think they're doing good, but they're actually making it worse. And ultimately, it boils down to the fact right here. Once again, since I quit smoking, 24,633,060 people have died from cigarette combustion, while 0 people have died from nicotine vaping. I know what the solution to combustible cigarettes is. It's not prohibitions and bans. It's universally adopting the single best way to quit smoking. Because from firsthand experience, I tried everything there is to try out there. I tried the patches, the gums, the hypnosis, the acupuncture, all that crap that they said, oh, well, this is how you quit smoking. You got to really want it. And then, well, I learned about this and I tried it and I committed myself to it. And in one day, I was done. We went camping, didn't take my cigarettes with me, and didn't really miss them. I chained the heck out of this thing that first day. But by the second day, in less than 24 hours, I'd acclimated myself to just using vaping and haven't touched a cigarette ever since. So anyway, I honestly want your feedback. Leave a comment. Let me know what you guys think. And since we're covering the news, I did a little research today to take a look into it. And GFN TV put out another thing. This was from the GFN conference in Warsaw. And they're going to interview Kgosi Letlape. You would think as a DJ I would pronounce people's names better, but honestly, I'm no different than any other person on the planet. Regardless, this guy's a doctor, and they interviewed him to ask him what he thought needs to be done. What's the next 10 years going to look like? So let's take a look at that.
What's your name and where are you from?
My name is Kgosi Letlape, and I'm from South Africa.
And what do you do? What is your background?
I'm a medical doctor. I'm an ophthalmologist by training and an health activist by choice, and a harm reduction advocate.
Here we go again. Same problem we were having before.
Right. And what do you think about this year's GFN conference?
I think it's a good conference.
So here we are streaming to YouTube, but we can't watch YouTube because I don't know why. Honestly, I really don't know why. All right. Anyway, long story short, he talks about the fact that, the tobacco industry has pretty much become the only players left. This is what started out as a mom and pop operation and a bunch of ex-smokers trying to convert their fellow comrades into a life without combustible cigarettes. Well, between the government and the lobbies and the anti-tobacco control groups out there, they pretty much squashed it all and handed everything back over to big tobacco. And the solution going forward in his mind is to separate the two, which I honestly think PMI tried to do with Altria. They bought into Juul, and they tried to keep it separate. But you know what? Once the finger's been pointed, well, they get treated the same. Just like they call this tobacco, even though we know there's no tobacco in it whatsoever. We make our own stuff. And as I alluded to in the Daily Drag podcast, good old black market butlers out there campaigning right now, trying to stand up for the fact that, 3 months ago, they said they're going to crack down on vaping and they're going to ban disposables, even though they're technically already banned. And you need the prescription for nicotine in Australia to be able to consume it. And, well, they're not allowed to sell nicotine-containing products in stores in Australia because of this prescription model. So you have to order your nicotine, and then you have to DIY your titrated dose of it. That's what you want your, 86-year-old grandmother to be doing. Can't hardly see crap, and you want her to sit there and try and compound medication, compound pharmacy her vape liquid? Nah. Anyway, ABC Net in Australia, he's on the breakfast show, as he's on the radios, he's talking away and talking about how, yeah, we haven't done anything yet. We actually are working in the background. We've got to coordinate 7 districts and come up with a unified plan that we're going to do it. And the key to this is going to be border control. We're going to crack down on border control. Even though they cut their budget. They cut Border Force's budget. You get this? They're going to crack down on vaping by focusing on border protection and stopping it at the border, but they cut their budget. And he's going to say, well, I had nothing to do with that. They chose to do that. So in other words, nothing's going to happen other than scare the shit out of a bunch of honest businesses that are either going to sign their life away to keep their lease for the next 12 months, not knowing if they're going to be forced out of business because of regulations, or whether they're going to gamble at all to stay in business and hope that the government's just full of hot air. It's what happened here in the United States with the PMTA applications. And we had good companies like the Sauce LA, who made e-liquids. This is Pier 1. It was a brand of their e-liquids. And there's their logo clear on the back. We ordered a bunch of e-liquid from them. And, well, they originally tried to comply with the PMTA applications until they realized it was going to cost $1 million for each one of their products. $1 million for 0 milligram, $1 million for 3, $1 million for 6. And you realize, even if we wanted to, we can't compete in this, especially when you factor in that FDA may not approve it. Even if we do everything like they ask us to, they might still say no. And then all that money that we've built up over the last 3 to 5 years of operations be wiped out in a blink of an eye. So they bailed, like so many other companies. Said, we're out of here. Sorry. And there's no point in going on and talking about Australia without having a glance across the pond at New Zealand, because, well, we think of UK as the pinnacle in harm reduction, and New Zealand, you know, had a seat right alongside the chair, kind of like a king and a queen, leading the world on the best way to convert smokers. But New Zealand is disappointing us once again. Labor's panic over teen vaping shows that it hasn't learned a damn thing from other addictive substances. Labor's plan to tackle youth vaping has managed to disappoint both anti-smoking and anti-vaping groups. But what are they going to do? Well, on Tuesday, they announced that they would limit the number of vape stores nationwide to just 600 stores, which is about half the number of stores they have right now in New Zealand. They're literally cutting the vape shops in half. Basically the same thing that happened here after the PMTAs, except it wasn't the government mandated cut back in the stores that vapes were available. Here they did it, you know, to save their ass and to walk away with whatever little money they made in the little time that they were in operation. But here in New Zealand, well, any retailer that wants to sell vaping products has to get a license. And the government just decided that we're going to cut the number of licenses that we authorize in half. So how do they plan on achieving a smoke-free 2025 goal when they just eliminated half the places where you can get an alternative to combustible cigarettes? Meanwhile, you can still get durries and fags and cigarettes at all the local places, gas stations, convenience stores, grocery stores, corner stores, bars, restaurants. But if you want something that's not going to kill you, well, you got to go to a specialty store. Have a nice day. And like here in the United States, we've got agencies and lobbyists that are fighting against it, fighting for some common sense. And here we have the Taxpayers Union in New Zealand saying that the vaping crackdown is going to jeopardize the smoke-free 2025 goals. Just some basic common sense.
Oh.
What do you think, Kenny?
Well, it's all doom and gloom, my friend. All doom and gloom.
Did you happen to catch my little rant earlier, my daily drag on harm reduction?
I've just literally been on about 5 minutes. I'm sorry, I do apologize for being late. Anyway, everybody's out, so I was left to prepare like my son's tea and all that. So I'm doing the tea and all that. And I looked at the clock and went, "Oh shit!"
I do that kind of stuff all the time. We were actually worried. We were worried something happened to you. Maybe your Amazon truck, caught on fire or something. I don't know.
No, I was just busy cooking away in the kitchen, happy as Larry, making them a nice fresh pizza and all that, putting all the gear on and that. We stood there together, made the pizza, and then next thing you know, look at the clock, went, I should be somewhere else right now.
That's all right. I'm glad you're okay. That's all that really matters.
Oh, yeah, absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Still plodding on as always, matey.
Although, just like I sent you in the email, I'm like, it just feels weird not having you here. It's just discombobulating. It's like I don't have anybody to bounce ideas off of.
Where's my anger man? Where is he? Me wing man.
Listen, Steve is absolutely right. Eventually you do get used to being alone in a room, talking in front of a camera when there's nobody to talk back to you. But it still feels weird. It's like, I know there's people out there listening and watching, but there's still no way to bounce ideas off or to get feedback on what's going on or have somebody to corral you back when you get a little rambunctious.
Oh, you be as rambunctious as you want, my friend. I'm just bloody warm. I'm bloody absolutely lathered. Don't know why. Just sweating.
Oh, that's the way I was last night, mate. I don't know why. We bump the thermostat up and down day and night, let it run at night when it's cooler outside, more efficient, and you sleep better when it's cooler. But during the day, it doesn't need to be so damn cool, right? And for some reason last night, it just wouldn't cool off.
Nah. It's like, But like I say, we haven't had our heating on at all, you know what I mean, since the summer. So there's been no radiators or anything at all, and it's still pretty warm. I think we're in one of those houses where it's like a sauna in the summer and it's like a fridge in the winter. That's probably the thing.
Yeah, well, I prefer it cold.
Well, yeah, because you can always put layers on to get warmed up while you're hot. You can't take anything left. Once you're down to skin, that's it. You've had it.
When you're down to skin and your ball sweat is still dripping from you, what are you supposed to do?
Exactly.
Turn the fan on high and let the sweat fly off and hit somebody else in the face.
Oh my God. Happy days, mate. Happy days. Oh.
All right, a couple more things to cover in the news, and then we'll get caught up on what's going on and move on to our next thing. But like you said, it's all doom and gloom, right? Well, there's a law being amended to ban electronic cigarettes. And this is in Bangladesh. The health minister has once again prepared a draft to bring an amendment to the Smoking and Use of Tobacco Products Control Act. Another ban. Why do they ban the harm reduction products? The products that aren't going to freaking kill you. But they haven't done a damn thing for combustible tobacco.
Is India not one of the biggest tobacco producing companies on the planet anyway? That's what I mean. Growing it wise.
Yep.
I think that's
and just as the big tobacco manufacturers are starting to make and distribute electronic cigarettes because they don't want to kill their customers, that'd be the worst business model in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're in partnership with, and making a bunch of pharmaceutical products so that you can make people sick and then give them the medicine to treat their illnesses and symptoms, But
that's technically what smoking is, isn't it? You give them the stuff to make them ill, and then the little pharmacy company comes in trying to make it better, but they can't.
That's like, you'd be surprised to find out that the big tobacco companies own a lot of the beer manufacturers that are out there.
Oh, yeah. Wait,
they cross their webs and their money. And
well, it went hand in hand, didn't it? Years ago, pint a cigarette or a pint a cigar, they went hand in hand. So it was obviously they were going to amalgamate in some way or shape or form, you know what I mean?
Have no fear, the 60 watt guy is here.
Oh, hello.
Hello and welcome to William Dobson, Free Ride Vapor, and Kenny the Vaping Heat, and one other one that didn't pop up, DJ Ratino.
DJ Ratino.
Says he has a problem with smock mods losing program after they get a little age on them. Yeah, that's the problem with buying, the Walmart of vaping. Their products are very bottom of the market cost-wise. But quite honestly, you get what you pay for. So
I don't know. I tend to disagree. I've got old smock mods that are still working fine, mighty fine.
Yeah, but were they your daily drag? Were they your daily driver?
Oh, well, yeah. God, well, that's what I started on. Lots of smock stuff. I mean, that, it'd be the smoke we've got there. I use it all the time at work. Never died.
You notice what I have here?
Oh,
what is it not? This is a Wismec.
A Wismec, yeah.
I think the RX 200 or something like that. I've got the Wismec rouleau up on the wall over there. But what don't I have that I normally have with me? My Dovpo Odin.
Odin? Has that died?
My Dovpo Odin.
Died, has it?
Yeah.
Oh, it hasn't died, has it?
I dropped it on the carpet. I dropped it on the carpet.
Oh, my God.
And the battery started to rattle inside. And I'm like, ooh, that doesn't sound good. I'm like, well,
no.
I've had this happen before. And it was just basically, it stripped one of the screws out. So I took the thing apart going, okay, I can fix this thing. Make it better before it's a complete failure, right?
Yeah. I'll try.
I opened the thing up. And where they have the contacts and the springs, there's two pieces of plastic that are screwed together. And the bottom one has standoffs from the 510 pin. Cracked. All that plastic is brittle.
Oh, my God.
Junk. So me foolishly thinking, oh, if I buy this thing and then I buy a DNA board to throw in it, if the actual circuit board goes bad, I'll be good to go for like the rest of my life. No.
Obviously not.
No, because where the battery contacts are and where the 510 pin is, that's all just plastic. Cheap plastic.
Oh, yes.
So
you find that inside most of them, mate. You find that inside most of them. But yeah.
But anyway, DJ Rotino says one goes to a blue display with 9999 puffs. The other one drops 7 to 18 puffs when you swap the batteries.
9 out of 10 times what will kill your mod is e-liquid getting in your 510 and on your board. That is the biggest killer. The amount of mods I've lost through that, because you'll open them up and you see they're absolutely soaking in VG. Absolutely soaking.
Yeah, when you wipe it off, even once a week on the top and you get a little bit of e-liquid on there, you're not thinking about how the fact that has been slowly seeping into that 510 pin and everything underneath it.
Yeah. I've lost G classes down to that. G class ones. I've had about 4 G classes. And you've got to bear in mind the 10 to 200 pound a throw down to e-liquid getting in the 510. They do have little rubber gaskets or something, but they perish. They don't last long. Just ruin it. Unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately there isn't much you can do.
No. Plus, there's also a thing called updating your firmware as well. That sometimes helps. How many people do that? The mods update your firmware.
Yeah, but quite honestly, if it's not broke, why fix it? That's an option to try, but realistically, these things they're like everything else in society nowadays. They're disposable. They're meant to last you a year or two until they come up with a newer version of it, kind of like my Dovpo Odin. They came out with a new, V2 of the Odin. It's $90 right now. I refuse to give $90 for just a mod.
Yeah.
I could go buy myself a replacement V1 Odin for $45 now.
That was timed nicely, wasn't it? The Odin 1 dies and the Odin 2's just come out. Hey, that's an omen, that, mate.
No, I mean, that's the way everything is nowadays. It's like your refrigerator. When we were growing up as kids, the refrigerators that we had, our parents got those things and they outlasted our youth. Nowadays, no. You might get a month or two after the warranty's up in 3 years and you got to go buy another one.
I think it's like that with everything now because let's face it, they build you a product now that lasts a lifetime or whatever. Well, they've shot themselves in the foot on because you're not going to be coming back as a customer to buy anything else, are you? It's the way the world works. You know what I mean?
Yep. And Smoke isn't the only one that had paint coming off. Somebody was crying the blues on the forums this week about Steam Crave products. The paint coming off of Steam Crave things, and everybody's like, well, Steam Crave's supposed to be the latest, greatest, and the best out there, but sometimes,
Vape had a G Class 2, brand new, paint starting to come up it. You know what I mean?
This stuff's not meant to last forever.
plus it's mass production. Not everything's going to come off perfect. Thousands and thousands that pass through. You know what I mean? Some of them aren't going to be coming off perfect.
Yep.
Just hope it's not an airplane. That's all.
That's like this one. The back, solid metal. Same as the front. The only thing that might go bad on here is the actual battery retention clip. These Wismecs were made way better than the later stuff.
I think the earlier ones were more robust, but obviously when they've got all these waterproof ones and IPV dust ones, well, they're just fucking plastic, aren't they? Most of them, you know what I mean?
And realistically, all the boards could easily be completely sealed. They have, polyurethane substances that they can use to cover the actual circuit board itself so that, once it's done, it's impervious to the VG and PG. But you still get the same problem around your 510 pin.
I think I've mentioned that many times in the past. Why can't they just put some kind of coating on the boards? If they're supposed to be waterproof, yes, the waterproofing's on the outside, but surely you would think we'd have something on the inside for the VG-PG, because it's a liquid at the end of the day. And if any kind of liquid gets on a board, it's not a good thing, is it? So,
yeah.
I just don't know. But like you say, they probably make them like that, so they do fuck up eventually. So, it is what it is, isn't it?
Well, realistically, it's like we've got this new vehicle, right? And they have a accessory product control module that goes inside there. It's essentially a little computer, right? That runs your audio entertainment system and your apps and all that kind of stuff. Let your phone connect to it, that kind of thing. If you go to a Ford dealer to get that thing replaced, they want in excess of $500 for that thing to replace it. And then by the time you get done with labor and everything, you're over $750, almost $800 to replace this little plastic box behind the radio.
I've got the Ford, and it's got the Ford software in it. And if I want to get the software update, if I've just the software, nothing replaced, just get the software replaced, you're looking at £500 just to update the software. Really?
Meanwhile, you know how much it costs Ford to manufacture that box that sits behind the radio? $27.13.
Exactly, man. It's bullshit.
$27.13. The rest of that $450 some is nothing but markup.
Yeah. And profit, if you want to call it that. Blatant profit.
Exactly
it. Honestly. Crazy.
It's a joke. All right, couple quick things left. Do you know how to recycle your used vape? Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the day they put a computer in a car is the day the motoring died.
They've been putting computers in cars since well before we started driving. But they're taking over more and more of the vehicle.
Well, it is now. You go to a garage, you don't ask a mechanic to put a dive. You plug it into a fucking computer now, and there's none of the old listening to this and training this and that. It's all computer. Anyway, what were you saying? Come on, crack on. Disposing vapes, yeah?
How do you recycle your used vaping products? Not just disposables, all vaping products. Because realistically, whether it be, a disposable, like this Bellow or this iPlay, both of which still work. Even this one, and I reviewed this one how many months ago. Just sits on my desk. I pick it up every once in a while. It's beautiful Andes chocolate mint.
Wow.
The iPlay, I'm almost done with that review on it. Oh, all right. So let's get done with the news, and then we'll talk about what we've been doing and what else is going on.
Yeah.
But here's a beautiful article, and this one's actually coming from Ireland. Do you know how to recycle your used vape? Because they do contain different materials inside them. You've got metals, you've got plastics, you've got lithium-ion batteries. And these things all need to be recycled in different places. You can throw your plastics in with your plastic recycling and your metal with your metal recycling, but your batteries need to be taken and appropriately recycled as well, which means you got to tear them apart. And I'm not going to play the video on there, but there is a service.
The end user doesn't want to do that, do they?
No. And that's why, quite honestly, it's gotten to the point now where they realize that the end users aren't going to be the ones doing it here, that the corporations need to take responsible measures. And the European Recycling Platform is now offered this service. It's a Landbell Group company. They offer this service to recycle your vapes. So it's not just the UK. Ireland's doing the same thing. The same service is available in Australia and New Zealand. They have recycling companies. The refuse companies that are out there realize that this is something that they can monetize because they get your disposable, they crack the thing open, the plastic gets into the plastic recycling, the batteries go, and the lithium that's in here makes it valuable for them to recycle these things. But they have to get the information out there, and as long as the scaremongering campaigns are going on, they don't want to touch it. It's like a hot iron. Everybody wants to stay away from it.
Apparently here in the UK, we actually have got something similar running, but nobody knows a thing about it because it's not broadcast. It's not, it doesn't come on the news. It's not.
No, because they don't want to take flack about teens misusing these damn products.
Exactly. That's just.
That's what it boils down to.
Yeah.
And definitely do not throw them in the garbage with the regular crap.
No, you'll set the bin wagon on fire.
Yeah. And if it's not, whenever they're actually taking it out to the dump, it'll be in the back of the truck. When they compact it, it'll crush it. And all you got to do is short out those wires, and then the lithium goes into a thermal overload, and then you have what's called a metallic fire. It's a Class D fire.
Also, don't put the normal recycling bin either, because I see the video on YouTube where they're in a recycling sorting plant, and it was going along on a conveyor belt, and all of a sudden, bang, a battery just blew up right in front of this guy on a recycling plant. It wasn't disposed of properly. It was just hiding your normal recycling.
That's why you bust them open. Mm-hmm. You wash out the sponge that contained the nicotine, because once it's diluted, it's no different than anything else in the waste. You recycle the plastics with the plastics. You take the battery and recycle it wherever you recycle your lithium-ion batteries, your nickel metal hydride batteries, your power tools. You go to the local Home Depot or Lowe's here in the States, and you can throw it into the battery bin. Problem solved. All right. Quick little thing here from Twitter. We've got Jonathan Folds posted. In 2023, 33% of adults aged 23 had used marijuana in the previous month, 14% of them using it daily. 23% had vaped nicotine in the prior 30 days. And one of these things is being legalized across the country, and the other one is being banned.
Oh,
go figure.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Go figure.
Isn't it?
Meanwhile, product substitution is going to march on whether the regulators want it or not. Because, well, when the smoker says, I want to quit, and they try one of their friends' vapes and go,
that's nice.
Blue raspberry. Whoa, this is fantastic. Or it could be bubble gum, or it could be unicorn puke, whatever flavor you want to call it. Tastes a hell of a lot better than a cigarette. And the more days that you use this and the less days that you smoke, the flavor gets just better and better because your taste buds come back. So product substitution is underway, and you can continue this graph. And within 5 years, it's going to cross the lines. There will be more vapors than there will be cigarette smokers, regardless of what these politicians do.
Well, that's the warning, isn't it? That's what they're thinking, aren't they? I mean, when that happens.
And the very last thing, once again, experts in the UK warn the rest of the world about things. And it takes a while for everybody to come to their common sense and realize, man, the UK was right again.
Yeah. Good old Royal College of Physicians. What can I say?
Started in 2016 with vaping, and it was published as Nicotine Without Smoke. They've been promoting vaping ever since as a smoking cessation aid for the people in the UK. And it's complete madness that this is being blocked and banned elsewhere around the world.
Crazy.
Crazy is right.
It's like I say, because the NHS is funded by the government, that's by us, the taxpayer. So, that's why it's more practical for them to save, people's lives from smoke-related diseases. You know what I mean? Because it's costing the NHS billions every year.
And they could be saving billions if they convert the smokers into vapors.
Exactly.
There's multiple studies out now. It's not just the one that we talked about last week or the week before. There was another one that come out that said if they legit got half of the smokers to switch, they would literally save billions of dollars. No wonder they're giving out these vape starter kits to smokers. You spend a couple £100,000 to save $1 billion? Any fool would do that.
Got to speculate to accumulate. Oh my
that
God.
is definitely true. That is
gone.
definitely true.
My cup of tea's gone.
Ooh, fun times.
Don't get me started on that, don't you dare.
Let's do this.
Crafty, huh? He's been doing his own work.
So honestly, what do you guys think? What do you guys think of the daily drag on harm reduction? Do I look like a raging lunatic out there, or do you want me to start this up as a podcast? And it's not going to be every single day, but if I get 2 or 3 hours during the day, I can throw one of these things up out there and start producing them.
Food for thought, isn't it?
And unlike the first one, which I was legit, just perusing Google News for vaping news, I'm going to actually put out, like the top 5 things. There's going to be episodes that are going to be purely, beneficial news and pro vaping news. And then there's going to be obviously episodes like this last one where I simply make fun of something that's going on, because I do think it's utterly preposterous that you got this little teenager whining and crying. I got my phone taken away from me. You're lucky you didn't get your ass beat like we did when we were growing up.
Hell yeah.
Whang, you lost your phone. We didn't have phones growing up.
Nope. We made our own entertainment.
We did. Actually, we did. 2 soup cans and a string.
Yeah, I remember them. Yeah. Or I remember the Commando walkie-talkie kit, where you had 2 battery-operated walkie-talkies, but you still seen each other when you were talking to each other.
I got my walkie-talkie right here.
Yeah. The range was about 2 feet. Them were the days, man. Them were the days.
And this is what Vaping Bick was asking about, I imagine. I'm assuming it was this one and not the Wismec one. This is the Sigelli Top 1. We did that as a retro vape a couple weeks ago. Looks like an old Radio Shack walkie-talkie.
We've got a question there from the 60-watt guy for you. There you go.
What if the VG has nicotine in it?
1 litre base, 100% VG, but there's 3 mg nicotine. Keep this base in the freezer?
It's more important that the temperature is stable than that it's ultra cold. You know what I mean? If you got a deep freezer in the garage like we do, that's where I put my nicotine base, the liter bottles that I've bought to store up, to last me the rest of my life, basically. I keep them in the bottom of the deep freezer with other stuff on top of it, so it stays at a constant ultra cold temperature. Yeah. But as for like the liter of Nick that I have here, this just stays in this room, in this cupboard, because this cupboard stays at a stable temperature the whole time. And it will not go bad before I get done using that. Because what does more damage to it than temperature is the air.
Yeah.
A lot of people decant. They'll get a 1 liter bottle and they'll buy a bunch of, like 4-ounce bottles to decant their Nick into. And then that way they can put all of that aside, either in the freezer or in a stable temperature. Like our house is air conditioned. If your house doesn't have, automatic temperature control, then obviously the freezer or the refrigerator even is a better choice for you.
Oh,
Freezer
just put it in the
because
fridge,
kids don't
mate.
go in the freezer.
Absolutely. Even if you bought just a fridge or freezer, you can just stick in the garage. You know that you're not going to use for food. You can just store them in that out of the way. Put a block on it. Stop the kids getting in it.
You can get a little apartment size refrigerator, or they even sell those ones that are just like for pop, for soda, for people in their offices.
Yeah, you can get the little miniature beer ones and that now, can't you?
Yeah.
So, they'd be ideal. Be ideal.
And the thing is, if you're worried about, if you have kids, you can always take and put a padlock on it. So
just put a lock on it.
The only thing that you have in there is your nick, and the only time you open it is whenever you go to have to decant another thing of stuff for your DIY.
Yeah.
But it's more important to have a stable temperature than it is to have it ultra cold.
Yeah.
Because even if it's ultra cold in the freezer and you're constantly in and out of that freezer, you're better off leaving it at a stable room temperature.
Yeah. It is Celsius 24. So that's pretty much that. You'd be all right.
Yeah, that's close enough.
It's not far away. Oh,
yeah.
Hang on a minute. Let's have a look at that. I need to refresh that little bastard. There you go. There you go. We're back and alive.
Fantastic. I don't know why YouTube's not playing.
Oh, it's just been a pain in the arse as always, man. It's friggin' crap.
I'm legit at the point now where I'm thinking I need to upgrade the processor in this. I got a 3700 in here, and I was looking at the 5900 just to get 4 more cores and get it the latest generation without having to replace the whole motherboard.
Got ya.
But I did do an update to the AMD drivers yesterday, and then re-enabled the DOCC for the memory. And holy crap, is my computer so much faster. Obviously, it didn't solve all the problems, but
I think at the end of the day now, computers do get full of crap as well. You've got to try and... I wouldn't like to imagine what's on this. No, I've never been in it for donkeys. You know what I mean? To get it cleaned and get all the crap off that you never use anymore and all that stuff. It's just...
Best piece of advice I can give to people out there with their home computers is once a year, shut the thing down, take it up to your garage. You got an air compressor in your garage? Take the blowgun and blow out all the dust inside there. Because little dust bunnies on the electrical components, especially the memory modules, they're going to cause all kinds of random errors and problems.
Oh, if you've got a vacuum, because I've got a vacuum with a very soft brush attachment, and I can just... beep, 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 beep.
It's better that you don't use a vacuum attachment with a brush, because the static electricity on the bristles could damage some of the electronic components, especially memory chips.
Oh, never thought of that. There you go.
You can always buy a can of air, the duster. They sell in cans. That works just as good as an air compressor if you don't have an air compressor.
I've got one, but my garage is like 3 miles away.
Yeah, that could be a problem.
And it runs off a generator because there's no electrical supply. I've got a generator, and so I've got to crank the generator, get that going, fill the garage full of exhaust fumes. I'll get the door open.
Well, that's the nice thing. We've taken old canisters, like I ran with the fire company for decades, right? So the old SCBA bottles, the air bottles that the firefighters wear on their backs and stuff, they're only good for so many years, and then you can, spin test them and hydro test them to verify they're good. But eventually they reach their end of their life. We're not supposed to use it, right? Well, we still use it. We just don't pressurize it the whole way. We only fill it halfway full. And then we use that to fill up tires and to use, where you don't have an air compressor, but you still need compressed air.
That's cool. That's a good idea.
And you can do the same thing with, I've seen people use propane tanks. When the propane tanks had to change the valves on them and stuff. Yeah. You go to Harbor Freight, you buy yourself a little adapter nozzle, and then you just jury rig it up and use it for compressed air. You got to make sure it's completely empty before you fill it up.
Oh yeah, you don't want any like gas in it or butane. Boom!
That would be a fun situation.
His computer.
Oh yeah.
Oh god. So you've got, some people be stupid enough to try it. I'm telling you.
So let's say hello and welcome to everybody else that joined us. The late night vape show, late night show. Mallory Gates.
Oh, hi, Mike.
You weren't here last week. Major Blue Balls. Sitting here. You said they got a steep for a couple of weeks, so we're going to wait a couple of weeks before we try it. Scott Merriman, Neil Pitts, William Dobson, Free Ride Vapor, and Craig D is our latest one to join. Hello and welcome to the stream.
How are you doing, Craig? So glad you could drop on by. I'm still warm.
I will be releasing that pilot episode as a separate video just on its own. I really appreciate if all of you go out there and leave your comments on it. Let me know whether this is something you guys really want or not. Because I don't want to dedicate a whole lot of time to it, and nobody really wants it.
Vaping Pickers asking, when are we going to try the 60-watt guy's liquid? Does 60-watt guy make liquid?
Yeah, no. We mixed it last week.
Ah, the one you mixed. I was going to say
his New York strawberry cheesecake.
That's the one, the recipe. I thought we
could give that a try this week, although I don't think it's going to be quite at its peak. It's only been 1 week.
What do you want? 2 weeks? Do you want a 2 week steep time?
For custards and cheesecakes, I like to wait, 2, 3, sometimes a month.
Yeah, longer.
Well, just like the King. When I sent you the King was 6 months old by the time you got it.
Oh, yum. It's gone now.
And I've got one bottle already back there. And then, in another month, I'll make another bottle for you.
It's gone now.
Since you seem to love it so much.
Oh, it's gone. Vanished. Bamoosh. Gone.
And since it's so much better than the commercial one that he's selling right now.
By a fucking mile.
But you didn't hear that from us.
No, you didn't. You didn't hear anything from us at all. Mum's the word.
All right. I think this is going to continue onward, so I think we should probably have ourselves a flavor explosion, and that way if we do let our mouths slip and accidentally say stuff that we probably shouldn't say, we can blame it on the alcohol.
Yeah. I need a nice cold drink anyway, so let's rock and roll.
For your entertainment today, we're going to continue on from last week. This seemed to work out pretty good for us last week. I got another Buzzball cocktail, Strawberry Rita, premium tequila, vodka, natural, and certified color. 15% alcohol by volume.
I love the little jars. I think they're mint. Aren't they cool?
Buzzball. They're not hiding it whatsoever. And I got a proper jam jar.
And a proper jam jar now. What can I say?
And once we got our buzz on, well, we need to honor our corporate overlords. And it's time to finally try some hard Mountain Dew.
Oh, hard Mountain Dew. Oh. As he hides behind the can.
There you go. Hard Mountain Dew, 5% alcohol by volume. This is the Baja Blast Punch. And I love how they put on the bottom of the can, 0 sugar. But on the top of the can, it says 5% alcohol by volume.
Very strange.
Aren't they the same damn thing?
Mountain Dew, an alcoholic beverage. I never knew that.
Oh, yeah, they got all kinds of them. I got 4 different flavors in the fridge downstairs waiting for us to try out.
Oh, my
God. Got mango, we got this Baja fruit punch, we got a bunch of different ones.
Well, I've gone slightly English today. I've gone for the good old-fashioned pint of bitter. I've gone for the Boddingtons, which is a draft bitter. It is only 3.5% by volume, but it is a school night, so, I thought I'd be a good boy. And yeah, it's just good old-fashioned English pint of bitter, you know what I mean? It was very popular, before, like, the lager got popular, everybody liked the pint of bitter. And basically with this, you don't really drink it out of a can because it just, you've got to pour it, because it's like a cream,
Ooh, look at the head on that.
And it's just an absolute creamy, lovely pint. It's a bit like lager without the fizz, if you know what I mean. And it just
I'm speechless.
So smooth. And it just goes down so smooth, nice and frothy. And let it settle, and away you go. But look at the colour on that, it's beautiful. There you go, my friends. 1 pint of Boddington's bitter. What can I say?
All that's left to do now is to drink it.
It is so. To your health, sir.
To your health, sir. That does taste like a strawberry margarita. There's no doubt about it whatsoever.
I forgot how good a pint of bitter was. Jesus. My. Ooh. This is going to go fast as well because not as fizzy. You just drink it like pop. Oh, my God.
And it just has that pucker factor, just like if you were drinking a margarita. You could take that and pour that over chipped ice, and it would be exactly like a margarita. All it's missing is the salt on the rim of the glass.
Oh, no. Never did like that.
Oh.
Do it with tequila and all of them. They put like a salty rim on the glass when you have a tequila. Salt. You don't eat salt like that. No.
No, you have to have a little bit of salt with that, just like salt with chocolate.
No.
There's a reason salted caramel and chocolate go together so well, because it really accentuates the flavors.
Because it's mixed in. It's not sitting on the rim of the glass where you go, ooh, like that. You know what I mean? If you mix it in, fair enough, but on the glass, oh, no.
It also cleanses your tongue.
Oh, it definitely does that, because you're sitting there going, it's like sucking on the lemon. You go, I'm not a fan of it.
Listen, I asked everybody earlier on when we first started the show what they were vaping on, and I didn't answer the question on what I'm vaping on. This is the Mojito that we mixed up like 3 weeks ago. Remember, I said originally it didn't have enough sugar. Then the next week, I'm like, oh, no, it didn't need any sugar whatsoever. It's perfect. Holy crap, is this thing fantastic now. 3 weeks on.
Really?
That's the Sigelli Top 1, and there's the dripper that we set up last week.
Ooh. Very good. Very
delicious.
Good. Oh. Really? Wow.
And I got to give a shout out to our man Flavors. We haven't seen or heard of him in a while. He did send me a link that I posted on there, the one from Australia. But remember we mixed up this heart starter?
All right, yeah.
That was, we're on episode 33. So that was 11 weeks ago we mixed this up.
Holy shit.
And I'm like, oh, I'm going to love this. It's a nice coffee flavor. I understated how much I love this thing. It is a nice, flat white. For those of us in the States, we have no comprehension of flat whites. The closest thing to it is a cappuccino, okay? But a cappuccino is more about the fancy foam and the over-frickin' boiled milk. A flat white, they don't heat it as much. And because they don't heat it as much, you keep the creamy textures of 100% whole milk.
Yeah.
And you can definitely taste the espresso is the dominant note in this, and you get this luscious mouthfeel of cream.
Wow.
But it's so subtle and just, I wish I could find somebody to give me a coffee like that. I go to freaking Starbucks and it's either all foam and half a cup of nothing.
Yeah.
And just over-sweetened, over-creamed milk with some coffee. Even if you added in a shot of espresso, it's still not right.
Nah.
You cannot beat a flat white. And the best place for it is Australia. Or the UK. I've heard the UK, you can get a good flat white. Here in the States, I walk into a Starbucks and tell them I want a flat white, and they go, what the hell are you talking about?
What's one of them? Flat white. Yet the Starbucks here in the UK do flat whites. So work that one out. Same company. I don't know. Oh, yeah, I'm not really into fancy coffees. I like it just so good. I like instant coffee. I'm a big fan of instant coffee as well. I love it.
Yeah, I could never get into instant coffee. It was just too watered down for me.
No, it depends on the brand as well. I mean, if you get a good brand, it's good. But if you get some of the cheaper brands, they're horrible. You've got to put 3 spoonfuls in to get any kind of flavor out of them. You know what I mean?
Doesn't Nestle own all the instant coffee now?
I wouldn't know. I mean, Nescafe obviously is them because it's Nescafe and it's Nestle Cafe. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But that same Nescafe's probably one of the more top brands over here. Plus, one of the more expensive as well. But
and that started as Sanka. And they originally did it for decaffeinated.
Yeah. Here's a little fact for you while we're doing little facts, right? I was watching a program today. I think it was Rick Stein, the chef. You ever heard of him? He's a chef from the UK. He comes from Cornwall. He's been doing a series on TV and he's touring where he's from, you know, his home county. And he went to this castle. Oh God, I can't remember the exact names of it, but basically in the 1900s, obviously his family's lived in this big castle for generations, and they went out foraging for new species of plants. You know, when it was all a thing then, scientists, they used to go to China. They'd done all these expeditions to China for new species of plants. This is basically what they've done. They went out, photographed them, pressed them, put them back in books, sent them to Edinburgh, where they were originally sorted, and then they went down to Cornwall to this guy. And his great whatever grandfather based the gardens on all these Chinese plants. Basically, when they've done the presses, they had to go back out, I think, in the season when all the plants were seeding, to go and actually collect the seeds and then come all the way back, right? Now you're talking, and he says in them days, this guy funded himself. You think the figure now is expensive, but in them days, man, all like exhibitions where they got something like 300 odd plant species, it cost them then £400,000 back then. So that must have been amazing. But the ironic thing is, right, because they're all Chinese plants, and when you see a typical English country garden, they're not all British plants. All them plants, 60% of all the plants and flowers that we have in the UK originate from China. And nobody knew that. Everything's down there. It's going to show, doesn't it? Bloody hell. You would never have thought that, would you? Oh, there's your lovely Prudidendum or rhododendron. Yeah, it's fucking Chinese. Is it, folks? British? No, it's Chinese. You know what I mean? Unbelievable, man.
When I was growing up, it was all Taiwan and Japan, all the imports that were coming into the country. And then as time went on, I mean, even before Walmart became such a big thing here in the States, Chinese products started taking over everything. And it's all about manufacturing costs. When corporations take a look at things on a global scale, they realize, okay, we're going to have it manufactured in the cheapest place possible. And even the international transport costs are cheaper than having it manufactured locally.
Yeah. Still is to this day, really. A lot of cheap labours, all India, Pakistan, all them kind of countries. That's why you look at a lot of companies investing in your country because the labour costs in that country are just too fucking high. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Especially in the UK. UK, labour costs in the UK are ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
And the other issue comes down to, like you were talking about Pakistan, there's a lot of infrastructure that's not present there in that country for them to be able to, enable manufacturing these things. The labor costs might be cheap, but the lack of existing infrastructure, it's just cost prohibitive for them. Because what happens when you make it there and don't have a way to continuously get it exported onto ships easily and then...
I think the biggest thing about it, I mean, my football team I support, Newcastle United, I think it was who was it? Was it Freddie Shepherd who was the chairman at the time? It could have been Freddie Shepherd who was the chairman of the club at the time. He was getting all the teams' shirts for the shops and everything made in a less wealthy country, shall we say. Cheap labour, where they were getting paid about £1 a day, and he's bringing them back over here and selling them for like 60, 70 quid each. Like, what?
Oh, yeah.
There was hell on.
Clothing was the biggest one. Yeah. They used to have child labor problems.
Yeah.
Because that's who was making it. They were legit making it for pennies on the dollar, importing it, selling it, and then some investigative journalists figured out who was actually making these clothes.
Mm-hmm. The ironic thing is, you get these branded clothes, basically they're the same thing, they've just got a tag on by a company. That's what you're paying for, a name. Simple. A pair of jeans is a pair of jeans, isn't it, at the end of the day? But if it's got a name on, price guns up.
And at the end of the day, because they're charging $500-600 for these purses, guess what? You can get knockoff purses without that label on there, or somebody might put a fake label on there and sell it to you for $100 instead of $500.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Economics of scale falls into play. It's not just vaping products in the black market with vapes, when they tax the shit out of it.
It's everything.
People are like, listen, I'm not going to pay for that. I'll buy from whoever makes it in their garage before I'll pay that much for it.
Like I say, depending, black market stuff, it's depending, what it can be. I mean, like electronics or toys, whatever, for children, if they're made sure they can be dangerous. I mean, I get that side, but for clothing and stuff, I mean, really, just an idea.
Never tried to turn the music back on after our news and stuff. But it's missing now that I've had my little bit of alcohol and I'm sitting here enjoying this beautiful flat white in the Arbiter.
You're aware. Now you've got the tunes on to help you now. Way happy days.
And the thing is, there's no sweetness to this whatsoever. It's legit a flat white coffee. Okay? Flat white espresso. I pull out the Hunky's Hawaiian Punch. Holy cow. The best thing I can ever recommend to any vapor out there is routinely change up your flavor profile.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Because I was using this as my daily drag every single day, all the tanks I put them in, even my wife's pod, I made her the same thing, and it's like...
Yeah.
You get immune to the subtle nuances in that, and the sweetness from it, and the flavor, and the perfect blending of pineapple and apricot and apple, and I have a completely new sense of appreciation for that e-liquid after using this for almost a week now.
Yeah,
with no sweetness.
You can always get the dreaded vapor's tongue as well. If you don't change them out, you can get that. That is shit.
Listen, I think a lot of that stems from the fact that commercial e-liquids They just crank up the flavor percentages because they don't know if you're putting this into a pod or an RTA or a freaking stock coil tank. They just crank the flavor percentages up in this. And when you are using a stock coil sub-ohm tank with commercial e-liquid, your tongue is so overloaded with flavoring. If you do not stay hydrated and continuously drink stuff throughout the course of the day, you will get vapor's tongue.
Yeah. I've had it twice. And it's not just you can't taste your vape. You can't taste nothing. Nothing. Really. No food,
because your tongue
no
and your taste buds are literally overloaded.
Yeah, they're just gone. Fuck it.
Yep.
Yeah, it takes a while to get away, but you know, it's nothing terminal, so you're all right. You know,
I had it one time, it lasted me 3 days.
Yeah. I think the longest I've had it was a week. But I didn't realize, but I was still vaping the same liquid that caused in the first place. So.
First thing I did was switch up my e-liquid, and then I increased my hydration, and it was gone.
But when I first got it, I didn't even realize I had it. So I'm thinking, I just need flavor up this.
There's no flavor.
I was blaming this. I was wicking it. I had about 3 sets of coils in it. I'm going, what's going on? I put it with 3 sets of coils. And like, no, it's not happening. Different wire, wrong way, this way. I was like, what the hell? And then somebody said, you got vapor's tongue.
Well, it all depends on what you have for dinner. As soon as you go to eat dinner, if you're having something spicy like chili or something, or some nice Indian curry, and you don't get the Indian curry out of your Indian curry, it's like, okay, that's vapor's tongue.
Something seriously wrong.
And it's like poison ivy. The answer isn't bleach. The answer is to get rid of the thing that caused you to have the reaction in the first place.
The good thing to have if you went in a chili eating contest, wouldn't it? If vapor's tongue and just go and eat loads of chilies, you'd be fine, wouldn't you?
It's nice to have, contrasting things to change things up. First off, increase your hydration. Eat some like salty caramel or something, because the salt will actually cleanse your palate.
Yeah.
And then switch it up.
I used to suck on lemons as well. That helps. It's disgusting, but it helps. Any acidic fruit, that cleans your palate.
But the fruit also provides the circulation and the benefits from those nutrients.
It was
to heal your body internally.
It was lemons and grapefruit. 2 very bitter fruits. Lemons and grapefruit. Brilliant.
Yep.
So there you go, guys. Vapor's tongue. How to get rid of it. Or how not to get it, as the case may be.
60 Watt Guy asked, why am I reading flavor concentrates only have a shelf life of 1 year? I thought they lasted for years. They do last for years. But the problem is some of these flavor concentrates aren't pure flavor concentrates. Okay, when they first got started with vaping, you had maybe a dozen different flavorings to choose from, right? As time went on, people figured out if you took this and you put this and with this, you can get bended flavors that actually are something else. So that's what the flavor concentrates do. They take the original 3 or 4 ingredients, mix up that flavor profile that's a bended flavor profile, and they'll put that into a jar. But if you don't ideally work out the percentages, these things break down over time. And what will happen is in a year's time, it won't exactly taste the same as something that's made fresh. It's not that it's bad. It's not that the flavoring isn't there. It's just not going to be the same as a fresh bottle.
Yeah.
But as far as going bad and, causing you harm, no. They don't go bad. They just might be as concentrated. They might continue bending a different way. They just can't guarantee that it's going to taste the same after a year.
It's like everything, it just breaks down. It's a chemical process at the end of the day, and it does break down eventually. You know what I mean?
But realistically, how many of these companies actually did the research to know that in a year it changes?
Probably not.
Let's be honest. Some of these ones, they got started, they made their own stuff. They go, oh man, this is really good. I'm going to sell this as a flavor concentrate. And they've been selling it for years and never went back to test to see what is the actual shelf life of it. Is it a year or is it 5 years?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
Labworks, hello and welcome to the stream.
Most of my good juices or good flavors don't last us a week, not a year. I don't think I've had anything sitting there that long. It's normally long gone by then.
That is definitely true, my friend.
God, yeah, I would never. Yeah, give it a year.
I really wish I could get that flat white here in the States.
Oh, God. We do. I'm sure we can get some of the instant flat white and like these sachets or something like you used to get in the coffee shops. I'm sure they do them over here. They're not bad, actually.
Yeah?
Actually, just like a little, like it's like a tube sachet, and it's enough for 1 cup, and you just whip it in, house some hot water in or hot milk in, whatever takes your fancy, and bump, instant flat white. Lovely. So you see, I think they're just a little more, they've got that little bit more creaminess, rather like than a normal like instant coffee. They've just got a bit more cream in them. Quite nice.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you get them pod things. Well, them pod things everybody's drinking now. I'm surprised you can't get them in flat white. You can get them over here in flat white. Now then pod things.
Well, you can get the coffee and you can get the espresso aspect of it, but the cream, you're going to have to put the cream in yourself.
Aye.
And the thing is, all the cappuccino machines and espresso machines here, they literally boil the freaking milk to nothing, and it disintegrates the cream aspect of it.
I'm talking about, hang on, oh, hold on, you get in there.
Something I like to do on occasion, I will take a little packet of hot cocoa and pour it in my cup before I make the coffee. And then just add a little cream to it. So you get a little bit of both worlds.
It's these pod machines, man. See them? Put the pods in the machines.
Oh, the Nescafe. Yeah, we don't have the Nescafe one. We have the Keurig ones.
I mean, there's loads of brands that do this, but these do. I mean, this one's a latte macchiato or whatever that is, but they do flat whites and them, and you just whop them in, and where you go.
I think I might have to research it and put that on my list. My wife's got her espresso machine. We've got the Keurig that we bought last year. I think this year we're going to have to buy the Nescafe machine because it's supposed to leave a perfect creme finish to it.
Oh, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. Like, I mean, like I see, once you've got the machine, you just buy your pods and the flavors where there's tons of them. You just drop it in. You've got like a water tank. You fill your water tank up, drop that in, put your cup in that, bump, and it's done. Instant. Brilliant.
I didn't even think about that. Just get a can of condensed milk and use that for my creamer.
Yeah.
Sometimes the simplest solution is the easiest answer and the best one.
Yeah. I mean, we can actually buy some coffee mate. I think it was. It's just just powdered creamer for your coffee mate. There you go.
We can get the powdered milk, the powdered creamer and stuff. None of that ever really was interesting to me. It doesn't. No. I'd rather take some heavy cream and pour it in my coffee than try and use powdered milk or powdered creamer.
Just put some Baileys in it, mate. Drop a bit of Baileys in your coffee. Oh.
Want to stock up and last longer than a year? What's the best way for that? Still dark cabinet and stable temperature. Yeah, Paul would be the best one to answer that for you.
I think as long as you store them in a cool, dark, dry place. I mean, just like with anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anything that you want to last or store, as long as it's cool, dark, and dry, that's it.
Listen, I don't have a vape mail bumper, so might as well just dive into it now.
Oh, you got a vape mail? Have you got vape mail?
I've been making you liquid for your Christmas package, and I've been running out of VG, so, well.
Oh, my God.
I'm not fucking around this time. I got myself a gallon of vegetable glycerin.
Well, speaking of Christmas packages, guess what finally arrived?
That makes two of us.
Winging its way to you, sir.
Thank you to Element Vape for not making me wait for my package. I could not believe it. I went and checked the tracking information on it, and it said it was going to be delivered tomorrow, and I'm like, there's no freaking way. I guarantee you they're mailing it from their distribution center to the courier's distribution center, right? No. We skipped the courier. It went straight to me. Granted, I have a business address here, so it was going from business to business. But
that's awesome.
I was shocked. The mailman came and was like, listen, I need you to sign for this. I'm like, oh, that's fantastic. I can't believe I got it so quick. He's like, oh, you want this? Because it legit says, must be 21 and over to sign, blah, blah, blah. My wife wanted another Max Pod because her battery is starting to kaput on hers. And for my friend, my UK mate, there you go, sir.
Oh, cannot wait.
24 karat gold plated Bushido V3 RDA.
Oh. Sandy, hurry up.
And I'm telling you.
Oh, Max Pods.
My wife loves her freaking Max Pod. That's all she wants to use when she's at work.
There's nothing wrong with that, mate.
Yeah, there is. Having to keep buying these. But she doesn't want a rebuildable. This is too big and clunky for her. She loves the compact nature of this and refuses to keep spending the money on these.
Yeah, he's just sitting there in the middle. It's not one or the other. She's in the middle.
Actually, she gave me an ultimatum. She said, listen, you're a vape reviewer. If any disposable company says they want you to review it, you're going to say yes. I don't care what you think about them. You're going to say yes. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. So, hence the reason why. I got this iPlay. That review's getting finished up this week. And Peak Bar.
Ooh.
Look on that flavors.
Tiki bars.
Blue bananas. Sex on the beach.
Sex on the beach. Oh.
Magic love. And Skyfall.
Well, Sex on the Beach and Magic Love are definitely going to go together.
They sure will. And now it's time for me to review it.
Oh, yeah, you got one. Oh, you're not be disappointed.
And I learned from your lesson.
Yeah.
I should have ordered two of them. I should have ordered two of them and sent you one.
No, mine was for the
Kylan 3.
Yeah, the Kylan 3 one that's knackered.
I love it, man. Now that I'm back to getting into DaVinci Resolve and editing and stuff, oh man, I'm having so much fun. Because I've started doing the editing for the Kylan 3 review. So that's going to be finished up this week, and that'll be published. I've also done, I'm going to change things up a little bit. You know what? They want to ban you for vaping content? Fine. I'm going to post up some other things that I do on a regular basis. Now I'm sticking in front of a camera. All these freaking lights.
Jesus.
I bought all these to do as background lighting, behind the shelves and stuff like that. I've had ones that lasted 2 months and then died. I've had ones that lasted a year and died, but they all eventually die. Oh. And I've got them on a timer, so they only come on when I tell her to turn the studio on. And they still don't last.
Was it the actual light on the bulbs?
Neither. You know what it was? A single capacitor.
Oh, really?
On the power side of the circuit, right next to the diode, this is the filter capacitor that creates the cycle loop. And just like computers, they had a bad batch of computers that they put out, but the capacitors were made of shit material inside. So the capacitors bulge, and then the resistance of the capacitor increases, and then basically electricity bleeds through the capacitor instead of being controlled by the diode. Open these things up. Every single one of them had one capacitor that was bad.
Really? Wow.
So I did a repair video, and that's going to go up on the channel.
Why not?
And if you happen to notice the vape content or the shirt that I'm wearing, well, then so be it. Maybe we'll find ourselves a smoker out there looking to fix their lights and find the truth about harm reduction.
Why not, my friend? Why not?
Whatever. I don't care. But I love editing. It just reminded me how much I love editing. Finding the music for it and that matches what's going on and the feel of what's happening.
Yeah.
Ugh.
No, have you upgraded yet? Because it's out of beta now. It's proper 18.5. It's not 18.5 beta anymore.
Yes, 18.5
now. Yeah, it's not beta anymore.
It was giving me some problems. Matter of fact, there was the latest graphics card driver between 18.5 and DaVinci and the graphics driver. It ruined this microphone and the plugin that I use for it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Turns out I had to delete all the plugins from the Wavelength software, rescan, and then all of a sudden it realized, oh, there was an update. Let me use the new file instead of using something that I thought was still there but isn't. But
ooh, the Blaze solo as well. Wow, that's a good idea, that. Yeah.
You said,
and the Blaze.
I keep asking, is the Kylan V3 the best of the best that's out there now? Because it's wiping out the Arbiter. Okay.
I'd say the Blaze is pretty close. I think I've done pretty much even par.
So, I got the Blaze and the Blaze Solo, and we're going to compare them, and I'm going to create the top 5 RTAs of all time.
Give me a moment. I'll show you what I've done. Where is it?
But there's the Osiris. Still wrapped up. Fantastic. Oh, I'm so looking forward to jumping into those. The wife's going to be happy to get her pods. And I think Kenny's going to be really happy to get this too. Gold plated. That is awesome. I really do love that Bushido. The only problem I have with that Bushido when I'm using that for flavor testing is the fact that the coil literally sits almost flush with the deck. There's a hollow section in the inside of it. As I drop it onto the floor, I want to show you guys what she looks like. But the deck on this one, getting the cotton through there without using shoelace can be a challenge.
Well, what I wanted to show you first was the mod I have got set aside for when that RTA lands in the UK.
Ooh!
That's what he's going on. It's the MVV. And it's gold. So that's going to be some matchy going on.
Wow. That is gorgeous.
They've got like the gorilla on the front. It's by Dovepo, and it's the MVV mod. 200 watt bot mod. Dual 18650 job. Absolutely cracking little mod. So that's
I almost bought one of those.
Oh, the mint. And the other
I almost bought one of those. It was a clearance sale, but the place was like, questionable about whether you were going to get it or not.
Well, what I put on it, because it's got gold in it, is the OBS engine too. That's what's sitting on it. So that's kind of matchy. That's the OBS engine on that. But what I wanted to show you, what I've done with my Kylan, I mean, I hope it's not too dirty now, but never mind. And I recommend you try this, matey. I did put a 4mm single coil in. You want airflow? You've got airflow, mate. Wow. Brilliant. 4mm single coil in. And it is a tri-core fuse clapping in there. Holy
Listen,
moly,
that's all
man.
I have left to do for this review. Now that I've got the first half of the review edited, I have a 4, a 5, and a 6mm coil that I've wrapped myself that I'm going to try in there.
But it does, you can, it's reminding us of Bogan's RT, and that was better with a single coil in. This is kind of sitting in the same territory, if you like your airflow, obviously.
So I'm curious to see, can I fit the 6 in there? I know it'll fit width-wise, but I don't know about height-wise.
I think you can get it. It's just your leg length, isn't it, really? As long as you go at the top of that airflow, you'll be fine.
Ideally, looking at the measurements, a 6mm coil is going to be 1mm of space on the bottom, 1mm on the sides, but I think it might be too much mass for that thing. I think I'm going to have to go with the 5mm coil.
Yeah, I mean, there's room enough to get them in, but it's like, what kind of resistance you're going to get out of them when you when you fire them up.
What kind of resistance are you getting with it? And trying to balance the amount of airflow that's potentially possible with that honeycomb design with the mass of the actual coils themselves.
So it could get too hot.
Yeah, you don't have enough airflow to keep that coil evenly cooled.
But it works, honestly. I still like a dual coil. Don't get us wrong, I still love it like that, but that's a bit of a game changer. You know what's the difference, like. Definitely.
And the other thing about it is just going to be a little bit more. You don't need to be have as much finesse when you put the dual coils in. Remember, I had to drop it down a millimeter.
That's right, yeah. Oh, the single.
Once I dropped it down a millimeter, it literally started to choke off that bottom honeycomb round section and forced more air from the sides. Plus, the reason why I think Steve had spongy airflow is because when you have a higher coil in there, and the way that coil, the chamber's designed, the air literally has to go past the sides of the coils. And you're legit, narrowing it down to just 2 little sections.
Mm-hmm.
That for all of your airflow. And when you drop it down, that top row of honeycomb airflow allows just enough airflow to supplement the top of the coil, keeping it cool, while the rest of it, so you're actually adding to the potential airflow of the thing. If your coil's too high, you're choking it.
Yeah.
You're choking the airflow off. And if you suck hard, you're going to feel a spongy airflow.
Yeah.
So.
That's awesome, man. Awesome.
I still like the Arbiter because it didn't require you to have any finesse. You just drop the coils in, cut the leads off, throw some wick in, and you were done.
Yeah, but you're going to find that with the Osiris, you need a bit of finesse. Coil positioning's a bit finicky, shall we say. Simple fact of the matter is, if you get it wrong, it will piss out. It'll leak like fuck. When my couple of attempts, it fucking just in one end, out the other. I was like, what the hell? You know what I mean?
I've gotten to learn I can't thin the wicks of all my coils the way I do with the Arbiter. Some of them you need to just cut them, make sure it's not matted, and then drop them in. That's it. Don't thin it. Don't do anything else.
That's the way to go with that, because you need loads of cotton in them juice wells. Lots of cotton in there.
Because essentially you're just creating a dam method where it's damming out the bottom of it, and you're controlling the juice flow by the amount of opening they created in the side. Yeah. That's it.
I just said treat it like a dripper. Don't funny on with your cotton, curl the length. Don't take the flat spots out where you've curled and just drop it in like a dripper. Just drop the whole lot in.
Yep. And I learned from Bruce with BP Mods, the one that created this whole Bushido thing, that there is benefit for certain types of drippers and tanks out there to paint your wicks. You want your cotton not to go out and then drop down.
No.
You want it to curve off of the top of the coil.
Yeah.
You don't want the cotton, like when you're doing mesh, they like to floof it up on both ends. You know, like especially on like the Kylan M.
Yeah. Yeah,
you had to floof it up
type of thing. Yeah.
To give you that bow tie effect so that you kept the coil fed.
Yeah.
But when you're doing round wire coils, no. You don't want it to go up and then back down.
No.
Because what will happen is that top of that cotton will dry out and gravity won't let it be completely resupplied. So by painting your wicks, you're forcing it to go straight to the coil and nowhere else. And nothing dries out.
That's exactly what happens, because you'll find sometimes, like when you come to the end of life and you think it's your coils and you go to do it, you go to recut, you'll find that when you open your wick is actually just disintegrating in the middle and it comes out in two pieces because it's basically burnt out, it's dried out. So there's no, that's what happens. It's just not always the coils.
Well, what woke me up was the one time I thought I was getting off notes and off flavors to them, and that's what it was. I pulled the tank apart. I just dumped it and then pulled the tank apart, and I took a look at it, and what I noticed was the cotton had fluffed up, and that top cotton had some singe marks on it because it was drier than the rest of it. So by painting it, you're creating a uniform set of parallel strands of cotton.
Yeah, that's the way to go with it. But it works, and it bloody is good. Like I say, Bill, you've got to have a little bit of patience when you're doing that kind of stuff, but it's worth it in the end. Definitely worth it.
Sam sent Paul an ether to play with.
Oh,
nice.
I've got one of them, I think. I think I've got the ether.
I haven't gotten any of these bridges and these stubbies and stuff that's out there.
Was the ether his multi-long tank? Was that what that was? I'm sure it was, I'm sure I've got that kicking about.
I think it's a bridge.
Could be
it's a burrow tank. Yeah.
I'm sure he did an RDA the same as that. RTA, sorry. I'm almost certain he did. RTA.
The ether is a burrow tank.
Huh? The ether RTA by Vape Bogan in electric blue. Yep, it was definitely an RTA because I've got one. You definitely done an RTA called the ether. That's what I've got.
Just 20 pounds.
Because I'll tell you who he teamed up with. He teamed up with Suicide Mods. That's who it was, Suicide Mods. And Bogan.
Yeah, that's the website that it's on right now. Yeah, it's only 20 pounds.
Oh, it's an old tank now. I mean, in Christ, it's about 2-3 year old. That's right. That's it, aye. That's the one, the ether.
24 millimeter RTA.
Yeah. Sure, it's an MTL as well, I'm almost certain. That's a single coil.
Yeah, it's got a 510 drip tip, so you could do mouth along or restricted direct long.
I'm sure it's a single coil RTA anyway. Positive it is. Yeah, I can see him. That when he said the name, I said, I've got that. I've got the RTA. That's it. He teamed up with Suicide Mod, man. I remember that one now. I'll tell you why.
Well, sir.
Because I had a side-by-side mod and I wanted to put the ether on it. That's why I got it. There you go. But anyway, carry on, sir.
Random recipe or retro vape?
We'll do a recipe. I'm going to change it, Run. We'll do a recipe this week, eh?
And I jumped the process and had Sherlock Holmes bring up a list of what I can make today. And as we can see on here, we've got 60 Watt Guy's New York strawberry cheesecake recipe we mixed up last week. We also have Mallory Gates and her blue balls. We have sitting here, steeping away, waiting to ripen for us. What else we got here? Melon baller.
Pod. Or pod.
Fuji apple, honeydew, pear, super sweet, and Flavora's wild melon. That sounds interesting.
For a pod as well, though, so is it going to work in a tank?
Oh, I'm sure it'll work in a tank. Matter of fact, I'm going to make a 30 ml bottle of it myself to throw on a dripper and have my wife try it. And if she likes it, I'll make her a 60 ml bottle for her pod.
Hallelujah. Oh.
So let's just jump into that. And since it's going to be used on a dripper, I can keep it at the 50-50 that it was originally set up at.
$60 guy, we're talking about you, not to you.
What's he saying?
He says, I'm here lurking, haha, heard my name. I said, aye, we're talking about you, not to you.
Yeah, how long of a steep do we need for your recipe? That's the question.
Yeah, how long is your recipe going to steep for, my friend? Can he try it this week?
Or should we wait till next week?
Yes, lab works. We are on ELR.
All right, so Fuji apple, Capella.
Ooh, actually, there's one, man.
Honeydew from TPA and pear. As I'm banging the chair around.
Oh, that's so good. I'll tell you what's the craze here in the UK. I've got one here if you want to look. Everybody's buying these at the moment.
What's that?
Crystal bars.
Nice.
This is the in thing. This is the in thing. This is it's the Crystal Pro bar, and this one is Fizzy Cola, and it tastes like Fizzy Cola. I don't know how they've done it, but it tastes like Fizzy Cola. But I would put it down to the sweets. Remember the sweets cola cubes? I think it's more of the sweet than a drink. Wow. Flavour up is magnificent.
All right.
Wow. It's a bit fucking strong with that 20 milligram, like, fuck. Ooh.
Oh, was that too strong for you?
Oh, it's been a while since I've hit a 20 milligram, mate. A long time. Fucking hell. Ooh.
This is 50.
Fuck that. No way. Shit.
Doesn't bother me one bit. I don't sit there and huff and puff on it all day. I take a drag and I'm done.
Oh, nah. I couldn't chain out like that. Like, Jesus. Oh, no.
Well, no, you don't chain it. Only kids do that kind of crap. All right.
Sometimes I think I need to, but no, I know what you mean.
Fuji apple from Capella. What did I make this a 6?
Oh,
so 0.9 is 3%. Michael Redfern, hello and welcome.
Hey, Michael, the alright, sir. Oh, it's brilliant, this one.
I love having that printer there, especially now that I've gotten to recognize most people's profile picture.
Got you.
Okay, honeydew is 6%. That's 1.84 grams.
I love the t-shirts you get. You've got a different one every week. Your Amazon bill must be sky high.
Listen, I realized that Amazon On Demand finally has tall sizes. So my belly doesn't have to freaking hang out at the bottom of my shirt anymore.
A little bit of extra length there.
Yeah, so... See, the problem is when you get the shirt brand new, it's the perfect length until you wash it.
It shrinks. Yeah.
And it shrinks a little. And then I let my daughter wash it one time, and it shrinks a lot. So the shirt fits, but it's short.
Yeah.
So now I got the tall size, and, well, I really love this particular shirt.
That's what I've kind of figured out when you were sitting there.
Yeah.
I
vape because punching people is frowned upon in society.
Yeah, but such a true statement, though.
That is true.
Mm.
1.23 of pears, 4%.
Oh my God, Mallory. I'm gonna put that up. Mallory's on form again, mate. My mate said he can tighten up nuts and bolts with his butt. Personally, I think he talks out of his ass. Oh God, I love it. I love that. That's class. Michael Redfern put twerking while talking. Holy shit. Oh, it comes up with some belters, Mallory. Absolute belters.
I should make some super sweet.
Is it easy to make? Like, I've never knew there would be such a recipe for it.
I need to confirm the percentage to be sure, but it should be pretty easy to make.
So what would you use for that then?
What's the base ingredient of it?
Sugar?
No, that's not sugar.
Feels like it.
It's artificial sweetener.
Artificial.
They put a little citric acid in there to stabilize it and pH balance it, but other than that, it's just PG and sweetener.
Wow.
All right, Wild Melon, 0.31 for 1%. And this is a very potent flavor and wonderful. In watermelon. Fantastic recipe. That was one that he just created on the live one day. Just threw it together.
Wow.
And it was so fantastic. It became a one shot that was readily available on all the flavor houses. And I got a low battery.
Oh.
Retro. I can't complain. I've been doing this now for how long? And these batteries just finally died.
Oh my God. Why did Buddha start pulling coins out of his butt? Because change comes from within. Holy shit. Oh. William Dobson. What was that, William? I'm just having a quick look at that. Have you seen the Clicks ones where you have two flavors you can put together? I haven't.
No.
Enlighten me, sir. You'll have to enlighten me. Give us some more info on that. Clicks. C-L-I-X. I'm not up to date, man. I need to get myself up to date, man. Jesus Christ. This bloody work stuff, I'm just losing the plot with everything. It's bloody work malarkey.
Job done. Good for another 2 years.
There you go. LabWorks said, is it sucralose is the main ingredient? Is that the sweetener, yeah?
Yes.
Sucralose? Sucralose.
What's the percentage? 20? 10?
No idea.
I had a chart written down with a bunch of that stuff in there. I have to go dig it up. 0.31.
Oh. My God.
Oh. Man, does that smell like melons?
Smells nice.
Cantaloupes. Sure does.
LabWorks said it's 30% by volume, if that helps.
Yes. Fantastic. We'll mix that up next week. I have sucralose bags in the other thing. All right. So PG is 9.02, and man, that's just gonna cut it.
That's brilliant. That's so cool. That's really going to click off. William Dobson was just telling us about the clicks there. He says basically they're a disposable vape. You put two separate ones together and you have a flavor of your choice, like strawberry and the other cream. And he says they're held together by magnets. So it's like a mixy. That'd be so mint.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's so cool. So basically, you could probably just buy individual flavors, like a strawberry, and then maybe there's a cream one, stick them together like a magnet, and voila, strawberries and cream. That'd be brilliant.
Secret sauce.
That would be brilliant for experimenting with flavors. You know, if you're doing a recipe or something, you thought, oh, I wonder if this will go with that. You could try it with them and see if it works.
Yeah.
That would be cool, lad. Like, I'm going to try a strawberry coffee. Okay, let's have a go.
All right, so I'm at like 6.5%.
I'll have to look them up. Clicks. It's in the name, innit? Clicks. C-L-I-X. Duh.
That's definitely potent on the melon. $18.92.
Ah, they so cool. They're not cheap, like. Wait, I think this is an American site. They're $25.99.
That's about the average cost of disposables here. You can get some.
It's by a vendor called Spummy. It's the Clicks 5500 disposable pod vape. Get lemon cola, peach ice, apple ice, passion fruit ice, grape ice, watermelon, a lot of ice, like a lot of ice. Oh, a lot of ice. Oh, very cool.
Nice.
Kind of like that.
What are we gonna throw in here? Auto Firebolt. I used to love this.
So cool.
Just a little tiny bit left.
See, now you know, I'm just looking at them while they're joined together. The mouthpiece is fucking huge on them. That's so cool. Saying that though, like they're probably illegal over here because when you think about it, you've got two pod devices that stick together. So even if they are 2 ml, if you stick them together, they're going to be 4 ml on there. So that's above the legal limit in the UK.
Does that stop people in the UK?
No. And plus it turns them into 1,200 puffs as well. So that's basically what it's doing. It's taking the legal pod, which is 600 puffs, 2 ml, sticking two together, and you're doubling it. So you're getting 4 ml and 1,200 puffs. Oh, it's a matter of time before they get banned. Good idea. They look good as well, but it's just I think it's just a matter of time. Like if they say, "Hang on a minute, that's another loophole, isn't it?" Oh, they're perfectly legal. Just stick them together when they're then they're illegal.
Oh, does that smell delicious? Last little piece. I'm gonna cut big and prime too.
There you go, sir. Labworks has put a recipe there for you. Pure water, pure crystal, sucralose, citric acid, sodium benzoate, or potassium sorbate is the full recipe for SS.
There she is.
Said the ingredients need to be warmed on a magnetic stir at 35 degrees centigrade until mixed.
Yep.
There you go.
Then you got Dusty. I'm allergic to politicians and government. Every time I see one or hear them talk, I get a headache. Or I might just be a redneck.
God, Bennett. Oh, the humor's fantastic.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Nah, ain't nothing wrong with that at all. A redneck.
No, you know there is a difference between rednecks and hillbillies. They're not the same.
I thought they were very similar because that's the impression I get. Now I'm just a little UK person, aren't I?
They might think alike, but they ain't the same thing.
Oh my God, that's so good. I remember when I used to go to the pub and order this, man. I used to drink this for fun in the pubs. My God. I've had many a night staggering home on that stuff.
Sweetness is right. The melons are definitely forefront in there.
Oh, it is Labworks. Lovely. Would you say it's a steeper then rather than an instant?
Anything you mix has got to have 24 hours before you can truly evaluate what it's like.
Yeah.
But being that it's all fruits, you can get the initial flavor out of it. It's not going to change a whole hell of a lot between today and tomorrow. The flavors will help settle a little bit. But what you initially get on the first taste here is pretty much what it's going to be tomorrow. It'll just be a little bit better.
Yeah.
The pear and the apple give it a decent mouthfeel. But the Flavora wild melon is definitely the dominant note in this.
You know, it is. That is a very true statement, sir. Very true statement.
I think my wife would like this.
Guy
I don't
Fawkes
know.
had the best saying. People shouldn't be afraid of the government. The government should be afraid of the people. Yeah,
They should, but the problem is the people are ignorant of the government. And they don't realize the government's fucking them until it's too late.
Oh, yes, definitely. Labworks has suggested 4 days for fruits to be at their best. I can get that. I can go with that.
All right, so my initial vape that I got with it, I had this with the coffee too when I first tasted it.
Yeah.
I get a different flavor on the initial vape as I do after I've been vaping it a while. Because some of those things, get on your tongue, and some of them, just like you get vapor's tongue, when you get acclimated to a certain flavor, it's the same thing with any e-liquid that you have. A certain part of that will become acclimated, and you won't be like stimulated as much by it once you've been vaping it a little while.
Right, yeah.
So the first thing I tasted on this one originally was the wild melon from Flavora, but now I'm getting a definite honeydew flavor to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got the juicy mouthfeel like I just bit into a honeydew. It's really good.
It's probably a good sign. If it's good to start with, it's got to get better, isn't it? So
it does have a certain characteristic, though. It's kind of like, I think my wife's not going to like that part of it. Like when you have a honeydew and you cut the skin too close and you get some of it, the residual pith that's that layer right before the skin.
Yeah. All right.
That's kind of present in this e-liquid.
It may dilute down after time, though. That's the thing.
Yeah. It's subtle, but it's there. Whether she picks up on it or not, I have no idea. And that's why flavors are so subjective. You could have two people taste the exact same thing, and they both might like grapes or whatever. But just because you hand them a grape e-liquid doesn't mean they're going to love it.
Exactly. I've never been a big fan of grape stuff, because I don't think they're getting it right.
I was originally, man. That's all I had was Salty Man Purple Rain, which is a grape e-liquid.
Oh.
But now it's like, I don't really enjoy it. Kind of has
not a big...
off-put by it.
Blueberry as well. I kind of used to like a bit of blueberry, but leaving that now, it's just, I don't know if they've all changed their recipes over time, but they just don't taste like what they used to. In my personal opinion, like, I could, somebody might like them.
As in blueberries, like, the actual fruit you would put into like pancakes or something?
Yeah.
Or are you talking a blueberry like the blue raspberry? A lot of people try and put blueberry into blue raspberry, and they're not the same thing.
No, I think this was it was a blueberry slush. I think it was. I used to buy regular, and then it just went.
I never cared for the slushy aspect of those. Yes, it nails what a slushy tastes like, but it tastes like a slushy that's melted already.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened. It tasted like a slush, and then it just got crapper and crapper and crapper as it went on. Like I say, it just tasted like a total melted slush, like it'd been sitting there for 3 hours, and it was just totally melted liquid. It was like that. You're like,
yeah, because most people, when they make a slushy, they push the slushy aspect of the flavor too hard. Yeah. I've got a blue raspberry that's legit a blue colored e-liquid I bought commercial. Why they have to color e-liquid, I don't know, but whatever. But I can't get over the slushy aspect of it. It's just too potent. I can't enjoy the blue raspberry cotton candy flavoring because I keep getting off-put by too much slushy. Like, you could have cut the slushy in half, and I still might say it's too much.
Yeah. Oh,
it's all slushy. Cactus will reduce the rind note.
Oh, that's what you're getting, the rind in it, just a bit like you see under the skin.
But that might also settle in after 24 or 48 hours too.
Yeah.
Because some of these notes that you taste are alcohol based, and the longer it sits in there, and then you open it up and let it sit on your desk for a couple hours, that alcohol evaporates out of there, leaving just the base flavoring. William says he's on a donut apple fritter.
Oh, very nice. Oh, and an apple pie.
I'm in the mood to do that. Let's mix that up. Let's just do this. Just out of the fly. Just on the random.
Yeah.
Throw it together.
Why
what
not?
The hell?
Rock and roll. Do it. On the fly.
We'll just create one. We're going to be like Dave Lloyd. Just throw shit together.
That apple pie that Flavors does. Oh, that McDonald's type one he does. Oh my God, that's good. Oh.
I'm going to start with Purellum's Country Apple. We've got Fuji apple here. Let's throw some of that in there.
Check you out, man. Check you out. All the apples coming out.
Gosh, sweep that off. Okay. What else are we going to throw in here?
Oh my God. Holy mother of God, I love that. I wonder what that's gone for now.
How about a little apple butter?
Ooh. Oh, you're getting very experimental now, aren't you?
And some crumble topping. Where is it? I know I have it. I'm going to put a hint of graham crust in it.
Which is that now? Very nice. Interesting.
Some brown sugar.
Brown sugar. Just remind me of the Rolling Stones there, matey. Brown sugar. Bit of Mick Jagger strutting his stuff. Brown sugar.
And just for shits and giggles, to make it even more appley.
Holy shit.
Some cactus apple.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 ingredients. Holy moly. The scientist is in the labs.
And this is just straight up an experiment. Experiment in flavor.
Oh.
All right.
He's going for it. He's going for it, boys and girls. He's getting his lab head on. He's going to add the flavors and make a recipe. Yeah, bugger the hell. A long day.
Dog's Day. Hello and welcome.
Oh, I thought you were going to say dog's dinner there for a minute. Oh, I got a fixed penalty, you know. Or as you guys called a ticket.
You got a ticket?
Yeah. Going through a red light, apparently. But I swear it was on amber, but there you go. It's what they call in the UK is a fixed penalty. And the penalty for that is a £100 fine and 3 points on your licence. Or you can pay £92 and have a little online awareness course and you don't get any points on your licence. So that's the option I've gone for.
Oh, most certainly.
So, and that's going to happen on the 31st of this month. You know what he said when I was booking the appointment? He says, all you need is a decent webcam, a microphone, and a pen and paper. I says, mate, I'm a fucking YouTuber. I've got a full fucking studio. He went, all you need. I said, that's probably the best picture on there.
All right, so we're at 6.75%. And one thing I didn't add was super sweet. Half.
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here? Is 3% of country apple going to be enough? Well, let's take a look. Spell it right, dummy. Single flavor ranges from 4 to 7. So 3% ought to work pretty good.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. I feel confident about that. We'll see what it tastes like. What are we going to call this?
Ooh, apple.
I'm sure I'll have to modify it, so we'll call it a V1.
I don't think you should have a crumb on it because it's not a crumb. You haven't got a crumble in it, have you? So it's not a crumb.
Sure I do. I sure do.
You have, man.
I
Sorry,
not
Paul
only have
Heyman.
crumble topping, but I also have a little graham crust in there to confuse the shit out of you.
I didn't realise there because I've never seen it. Sorry, my apologies.
No worries. So there's our little concoction that we've come up with for today.
I would have called it Hunky apple crumb, but there you go.
I don't know if it's hunky yet. Might taste like shit.
But then again, you put an S on the front when it's shit.
It might be rotten apple blossom. The only way to find out is to throw it together and say, okay, well, does this work?
I think you'd be pleasantly surprised, you sound like.
All right.
Well,
put our flavorings aside.
It's not going to be lacking an apple, is it?
I'm curious to see how it turns out with this apple butter. I haven't been impressed with this apple butter flavor. I expected it to taste like a nice creamy apple butter, but it doesn't either. It lacks in the apple. It lacks in the buttery aspect of it. It lacks in the creamy aspect of it. Maybe I just didn't get the right percentage. I don't know. So just throwing it in here at 0.25% as an accent. We'll see if it helps, or because I'm going to obviously mix a batch of this up, removing it if it doesn't come together right.
Yeah.
One at a time. I'll take something out and simplify it and go from there.
It's all trial and error, isn't it? Oh, God.
But sometimes you just throw shit together. Dave has definitely proven this. His chicken fried rice recipe, he just threw a pull out of his ass, and it tastes like a chicken fried rice, from what I've heard.
You put the cat filter on for the online course. Yeah. Meow.
All right, apple butter, brown sugar,
Hunky dory. There you go. There's another suggested name.
might get a patent infringement if I call it that.
Oh, yeah. Dogs Day was asking, what do you guys consider the top 10 vape flavors? Well, that's open to friggin' anything, that, man. Anything. My top 10 mightn't be your top 10, and my top 10 mightn't be Hunky's top 10. That's just so hard to come out with.
I'll tell you what I use the most.
Yeah. Capella Super Sweet's a banger. It's an absolute banger, that one. That's a must.
For the longest time, it was Liquid Blarn's Blue Raspberry. And then I started trying to make my own Blue Raspberry. And it was like, that really isn't that good. It was good enough for me to freaking vape it as my all-day vape for 6 months, but... All right.
I mean, I'm basically a dessert man, you know, I like the custards, the donuts and all that stuff. But that's kind of where I'm at. So everything I would say would be in that kind of range. But if you're a fruit person, you like your fruits, then you're going to have, you know, not with fruits. I've had the odd fruit one that I've enjoyed, but I'm primarily a sweetie with my sweet tooth.
And I am not a custard person, although I've enjoyed many custards.
Yeah.
But it's not, I prefer mine really sweet.
Oh, yeah. You've got to have a sweet custard. I mean, you didn't want that bitter friggin' vanilla taste. It's vile. I think that ruins it. A custard to me is a dessert. It's a sweet, creamy dessert, and that's what it is. It's as simple as that.
All right, country apple. Now I throw some crumble topping in there.
Crumble. Oh, I love apple crumble. See, you could do a DIY click thing there, right? You can make a nice apple crumble, vape that, and then have a nice custard at the side of it, and just take a pull off each one, and I bet they would just taste tremendous.
I'm wondering what the average percentage is for that one.
What the hell?
Okay, I got that right.
Labworks is vaping a white chocolate tobacco custard tart. Ooh.
I had, who the hell made it the one time? It was a black bottle. It was supposed to be some tropical Hawaiian kind of thingy.
Yeah.
And I put it in my vape, and it's like, it had this tobacco-y note to it. And I'm like, I don't like it. I just ruined this pod. I got sent by Freemax. It's supposed to be a coconut pineapple tropical thing.
Yeah.
But there was this tobacco note in there that I could clearly identify, and just was a total turnoff.
Just totally killed it for you.
Yes. 1.5% of Fuji apple.
I don't mind a tobacco. It's going to be very, very mild tobacco. I've had strong ones and they're horrible. I don't like the stronger ones. They're horrible.
I think this coffee recipe has a little tobacco in there.
Yeah.
But I can't identify the tobacco in it. It's just accentuating other flavors.
Like you say, sometimes it's just there to boost something else. You know what I mean?
I'm going to go one more drop. It's an apple recipe. If I go over an apple, who gives a shit? It might not actually be strong enough. And a little graham crust. That's what I should have put in 60 Watt Guy's recipe, but I couldn't find it at the time.
Got yeah.
All right, so 0.23.
It's a nice color, like I'll give it. That's nice golden color, isn't it?
Not very much flavoring in there, though. 7.25% is where we're at.
7.
Super sweet, 0.16.
Get in there.
Yeah, I got to cut it back. This one likes to come out ferociously.
Still the magic stuff. The magic stuff. Super sweet.
Sure. The one time it actually goes less than what it's supposed to.
Is that the brand you kind of stick with, the Capella? Is that probably the one to go for, would you say, in your opinion?
It was just happened to be the one that I ordered a massive size of it. I've got sweeteners from other ones. I've got Vape Train's Sweet Mate. I have TFA's Super Sweet.
TFA, that's what I was thinking of, yeah.
PG 5.22.
Oh, yeah, baby. It looks like a nice fucking oak matured whiskey. Yeah, Labworks is kind of saying Capella is more or less being the standard of sweetener.
But it's all pretty much the same thing. Just like you said, I mean, it's basically the sweetener, 30%, and a little bit of citric acid and some other stabilizers in there. But in a good quality PG. All right. Got our VG. Now it's just 26.5.
God, bit of a dry throat tonight. That's what I was gonna do.
What would that be?
I forgot to do it, you know. Now, like to show like a website that you're browsing. I was going to add just a screen capture in it when you want to show that. If I remember correct. You know how you show ELR when you're on there? It's screen capture, isn't it? Not browser.
Yeah, it's a display capture.
Display capture, that's the one, man.
Yeah, because that's why we had the it wasn't actually a slideshow that I threw together. I just basically opened the pictures for the car show folder.
Yeah.
And then just went through it. Yeah.
Automatic, I don't want that. I want that one. There you go.
Wrong display.
Okay, right, I can get that off now. I'll move it down. Oh, no, there. There you go. I can turn it off now. There you go. No, because I thought, like, like when I gone hunting for information on what you're doing, I could whop the website and then pop it up so everybody can see, you know what I mean? If I find one.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Like when you do your retro vape, I could go up and have a look, see what year it was, and put the information for everybody else to see. Just send it to me, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? It's kind of cool, like. I'm starting to get the hang of this OBS shit now, guys and girls. I'm streaming on OBS. Well, I'm not streaming, but
pretty nice, eh?
OBS. I'm getting good. LSD capture.
Paul just sent us this recipe.
Oh. Oh, mate.
Southern Blast.
Oh. Secret sauce. We've got blueberry, citrus punch, cooling agent, key lime, strawberry red, super sweet, sweet tangerine. Ooh.
Mmm. That does sound really good. And I'm missing ingredients.
Cooling agent. Cooling agent. Oh, you're missing all of them, mate. Absolutely nothing for that one.
I have those flavor profiles, but not quite the right ones. And technically, this one, I have WS23, even though it shows that I don't, because I have a specific brand of.
Yeah, look at the only one you've got. Look at the only ingredient he's got, boys and girls. Fucking super sweet.
That's because it's just a general thing.
Exactly. Everybody's got super sweet.
But see, there's WS23. It's just Bull City flavors, WS23.
Yeah. Just a different brand, basically, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain things that, like super sweet and, WS23 and menthol, those are pretty much standard. Doesn't matter who makes them. They're going to be the same. But like these are specific. Wild blueberry from TPA.
Yeah.
Citrus punch.
Is this still holding?
Key lime. Strawberry red touch from Flavor Art is completely different strawberry than Capella's sweet strawberry or ripe strawberry ripe.
Yeah.
Or TPA's ripe.
Various variations, isn't it?
Yep. But I am going to save this.
I'll tell a lie, mate. I've totally told you a total white lie before.
What's that?
That's what's left of the print. The king. That's what's left of the king in there. I forgot about that.
My.
That's what's left of it. That's all that's left of it. It's gone. I've just realised. I thought I'm sitting vaping this, and it's Hunky Vape's king.
And look, it doesn't work.
Remember when I built this? Remember when you told us to get the mesh deck for this, and we built it so many weeks ago for the Titan?
Yeah.
This is still the same coil. I'm still on the same coil. I mean, fair, I haven't vaped it much, but it's still the same coil, and it's brilliant.
I'm going to try and fix it here.
Have you not got to put your YouTube chat, pop that out and put it in there? I can't remember now. It's been such a long time ago. There you go.
There you go. It's there, but it's not modified. Something in the script that I have, the Cascade, the style sheet, breaks the whole chat. So,
oh, bummer.
Whatever. It's up there.
Exactly, mate. Can't see Football League, but and plus you're on top chat as well. You want to be on live.
Yeah, and there's no way for me to select that though.
That's so weird. Why wouldn't it let you do that?
The browser source. Let me see if I can change it to.
Yeah, that's so odd.
It's custom frame rate. Used to be able, you could interact with browser sources.
Yeah.
No, it's in this latest version of OBS, you can't. Whatever. Something I can play with later on.
Yeah, because you can make it bigger as well and all that shit, can't you? You used to be able to add your own fonts and everything, didn't you? Once upon a time.
I know what I can do. I didn't even think about this one. The same thing that we look at, the combined chat. Then that way I don't even have to change it from week to week because it's automatically going to be loaded up.
What's that? The social stream dashboard? Is that one?
Yup.
Ah.
Close that.
Good thinking, Batman.
Go to this.
Good thinking.
Put that on there. Now the thing about that is it's only going to load as people talk.
There you go. We're a win. Bob's
Awesome.
your uncle, Fanny's your aunt. There you go. Live chat. I love it.
See, boys
So
and girls,
there you
that's
go,
what we
folks.
see.
See, folks, so if you talk, it works. If you don't talk, we can't hear a word you're saying. That's a good idea, that. I might want that reminder. It would save us a bit of space on my friggin' monitor.
Blabworks is now a mod, so that next time he has a recipe he wants to share, you can just drop it in the chat.
Yes. Bollocks. What did you say bollocks for? We've just made
No
you a
excuses
spanner,
now, mate.
Yeah, we'll got you now. You've got the magic spanner. No
And
problem,
unfortunately,
61
the
guy.
Twitch chat isn't working now.
Oh.
But there's nothing I can do about that. That's the latest update that came out with Social Stream.
Got you.
Last week, he broke something on YouTube. So he fixed it this week, but it's still busted for Twitch.
Oh.
All right. Well, I suppose it's time for us to finally get to our retro vape.
Yeah, man, let's crack on. Let's have a look. Let's have a look, sir. Let's have a look.
Before I get carried away, I need to label this.
Ah. Yes. He's gone back to basics. He's sellotaping a label on.
Well, because I got two of them to do. I didn't do the last one either.
Did you not? Oh, Jesus. What can I say?
So this is the apple crumble.
Apple blossom crumble, I might add.
And the other one was the melon baller.
Oh.
And I'll have to keep that in the back of my mind that if my wife can taste the rind in this, to put a little cactus in there.
Dusty Country Road, we had pressure cooked Cajun chicken and stuffed mushrooms with fresh tomatoes from garden. It was yummy. Oh, don't be doing that, darling. You're going to make me hungry.
Oh, that sounds fantastic.
You're going to make me bloody hungry. But over here
That
in the
does
UK,
sound fantastic.
on a Saturday on the UK, we'll have a lot of cooking shows. You can guarantee when I've been sitting there watching for 5 minutes, I'm straight in the kitchen. Makes you hungry. Cajun chicken. Lovely.
Won't be having that for a while. My wife got her tooth pulled. She's had a cavity in the one tooth, and the last dentist she went to told her that she needs to have it pulled, and she's like, go pound salt. You ain't touching that tooth. I want you to fill it. Ma'am, there's too much of a hole there. I can't fill it. Well, you ain't touching it then. 2 months later, oh man, that tooth is bothering me. Oh. Well, go get it pulled. She called the dentist the first time. She's like, you told me to pound salt. Now I'm telling you to pound salt. So she had to find another dentist, make an appointment. She had it pulled yesterday. So the poor girl's in pain with a gaping hole in her mouth. It's going to be on soft food for a little while.
There you go, sir. LabWorks has posted a recipe there for you. A nice link for you. I think it is chopped banana bread. Nom nom nom. Oh. Hope you haven't got them.
No, but I do definitely have a new list from when I resupply. Because I'm definitely going to make these two recipes.
Definitely, sir.
So next time I go to place an order from Bull City Flavors, well, now I know what flavors I need to add to the list.
There you go, my friend. Chocolate banana bread. That actually sounds quite nice.
It sure does.
It said there is old commercial recipes. We must have done commercially. Oh, very good.
This is a very good flavor. The Glamour chocolate from Mullenberry. Better than double chocolate from TFA. Not surprised I don't have French vanilla. What do I have? My flavor stash. Not add. I have Capella's French vanilla. Cinnamon Danish swirl from Capella I don't have, but I do have Liquid Barns. Banana nut bread. I could swear I have a banana nut bread. Flavor West banana nut bread. And banana cream. I don't have a banana cream. Just banana.
Banana cream. Ooh.
That sounds delicious.
Oh, it does.
I used to love banana pudding when I was growing up as a kid.
So yeah, I used to like the banana splits. Banana with the ice cream. Oh.
Yeah, we get that all the time.
Love banana
I get
splits.
mine without the chocolate. I have all strawberries. Or strawberry, pineapple, strawberry.
Strawberry syrup. The syrup, like, oh, it's delicious with that on. Oh, my God. Love it. I like bananas on toast, but all the kids says it's disgusting. I love bananas on toast. I used to
with
always
peanut
have
butter.
Bananas on. Yeah, banana on toast, man.
You
It's
toast the
delicious.
bread, you put the peanut butter on it, you slice the bananas, and you put it on the
Put it
bread.
on. Yeah. Out this
Peanut butter
world, man.
banana sandwiches. I used to have them for lunch as a kid.
Oh, all the kids, that's disgusting. That one, give it away. Banana, we used to have banana stotty. It was like a flat bread, stotty bread, straight in with bananas. Tremendous.
Yeah, my wife said, or my daughter said the same thing, and I tell her, I says, you don't know what you're missing.
Yeah. Sugar bread. Wax used to have sugar bread. Basically,
What is a sugar
slice of
bread?
You used to get a slice of bread, lash loads of butter on it, dip it in sugar, fold it, and eat it.
You know what's missing from that? The cinnamon.
No, not in them days.
Cinnamon
You didn't
sugar
have that.
toast.
It was posh cinnamon in them days. I'm talking when I was a child. It wasn't even butter, actually, it was margarine.
Look, let's be honest here. Dollar store cinnamon isn't actually cinnamon.
Probably not.
It's just shaved tree bark that's kind of like cinnamon.
Yeah.
It's not a real cinnamon tree.
Yeah, sugar bread. Used to have that. That's why our teeth rotted. Having sugar bread.
Well, that's like
sounds-
vanilla. The vanilla that we buy, the vanilla flavoring, isn't actually vanilla pods.
No.
Or the good vanilla pods that are soaked in alcohol to give you the vanilla extract. It's some generic chemical makeup that's mimicking what an actual vanilla
but
pod is
you,
like.
You still get that bitterness out of like that bitter vanilla pod taste. If it's too much.
You don't get it in the real vanilla pod. If you go out and buy an actual vanilla pod and you scrape the beans out into it, no, there is none of that bitterness to it.
It's totally different, isn't it?
All right, time for a retro vape and a lube break.
Oh, are you?
I really need to make these bumpers longer.
Ooh. We both vanished there. We both literally sat down at the same time.
I just told him, I'm like, I peeked my head in and I'm like, I really need to make these bumpers longer. Or what I need to do is set it up so that the transition automatically switches. Like when I do the intro video, it automatically switches.
Yeah.
And the timer's up to that. So, two wonderful things for you today.
Tab Pro.
Geek Vape Tab Pro.
Oh.
Geek Vape Ohm Meter. Got all these flavorings here. Pick them all up, move them all to the side.
Yeah, you've cluttered your desk up now, haven't you?
Worth it, though. I mean, that was a good recipe, that melon. And after that, the UL Blocks kit.
Oh. Interesting. Oh, that looks nice.
Sure
UL
does.
as well. UL Blocks.
It looks a lot better than the freaking label that they threw on the dang thing. Lied straight to your face.
Oh, that's terrible.
No, it doesn't contain any of that. You have to choose to put it in there or use it for something else.
Yeah,
I can't show you the other side because it's got nothing but URLs and barcodes on it.
Yeah. Tab Pro. I never knew they'd done one. A gnome reader. Never knew they'd done one.
This has been sitting around. I lost track of this for a while. When I got done, cleaning up the studio here, I finally went back into my mother's room and pulled out the vape stuff from when I first rearranged the studio. And I'm like, I found a whole basket of stuff They got lost in the transition. It's like a striptease. Just slowly coming out.
Tab Pro.
Get out of there.
Get out there, motherfucker.
And it's sealed.
I never knew they made a bloody one, to be honest with you.
Listen, I was going to do a comparison video between the different ohm readers that are available out there. And once I got the Bushido one, I didn't feel like doing it because I thought it was the perfect one.
Yeah. Pretty cool, eh?
Your
Charging
standard
cable.
old style charging cable. That's all that came in this box.
Destruction
Old style
manual.
user manual.
Ah. It's a weird looking one. It stands upright, like a mod.
You can use it like a mod, but it is not balanced properly.
Nah. Ah, you can spin
It takes a
around.
considerable amount of force to turn this. And this is a zinc alloy.
So why did they just have it like that anyway? Fixed flat. Why turn it? I don't understand that. Let's use it for building. Very odd.
Positive and negative aren't marked very well. Just magnetically held on.
Nice big display on it,
F0, ready to fire.
I think that's a kind of cool little feature, like a little menu on there. You know, short warning, no atomizer, overheat warning, overtime warning, low. But I like that. That's a kind of little feature, like a little touch.
Yep. And there's really nothing else to reveal about this one. So how about let's switch over to the Blocks kit. This is made by UL. Look at this.
It's a squonga. It's a squongy kit. Ah.
18650. Classic, 2-post.
That's so cool. So where'd you squonk it from then? Where'd you squeeze?
Right there.
Ah, it's like a pump system.
Right out of the...
That's a pump. It's a pump system, mate.
And there's no adjusting it. Semi-mechanical.
Holy shit.
Got the squonk pin pre-installed.
It's currently on the Smokefree website for 60 quid. It's still quite pricey. 59.99, reduced from 62.
Well, considering it is a squonk mod, I mean, squonk mods have never been cheap.
Let's have a look. AC click.
And they had different patterns for this. You could legit see the level of your e-liquid in there. It's a cool looker.
Dual airflow. You can have it as a single coil or a dual coil configuration. Easy to refill. 15 ml capacity bottle. It's a UL patented juice pump, so it is a pump system.
This is an nunchaku.
Yeah,
the UL nunchaku.
Yeah. You've got the black one. You can also get it in sapphire blue or grey. $90 max. 0.008 seconds fast firing. Wow. Yep, the full kit includes the UL Nunchaku RDA, 24mm.
There's the last one I built with the nunchaku. Throw that on the ohm reader just to see what it.
See if I can do a quick doobie of that. I don't know if you'll see it like, but fuck it. I don't know if you can see that, guys and girls, but there you are. That's it on there on e-sig click.
All right, so the question is, it's not an actual ohm reader? Where's the instructions? The destruction manual, as you call it.
The destruction manual there. Yeah, look, there's my screen share working. There you go. You can see the actual website there. The blue one.
Fantastic.
Nice. Have you seen the blue one? That looks awesome, doesn't it?
Yeah. I got the one right beneath it.
And then you've got the black. What's the other colour it was? Grey. The other one's like a grey. But yeah, the specs are... There you are. That's a grey one there. The specs are UL Blocks mod, UL Nunchaku RDA. Any coils in the kit? Because it's saying there is. 2 times nichrome coils, 0.3.
No.
And cotton.
Unless it was...
There's your specs, boys and girls.
Nope.
15 ml. 18,
just the charging cable.
Resistance range is 0.1 to 0.5.
Oh, wait a minute.
So
what happens when you're doing two things at once. You don't pay attention to what actually is in there. There you go. There are the coils.
There you go, sir.
Package of O-rings and some Muji cotton.
Hey.
Awesome.
No, that fell off. And you've
all right, now this Tab Pro. Five clicks to turn on. Goes to sleep after 60 seconds.
Oh, yeah, look at my foot.
How do you switch modes? 3 clicks to switch modes. There you go. 0.17 ohms.
Like a mod, isn't it? 3 clicks. Bum, bum, bum. There you go.
So specifications are listed in here. This Tab Pro, 3.2 to 4.2 volts. Maximum output power is 50 watts. Same as the Bushido. 9 volts maximum. ABS is for all this. And this is your zinc alloy.
The resistance is good.
0.05 to 3 ohms.
Yeah, that's good. It fires lower than done it. 0.05 it'll fire. Some fuckers don't. Why have we got a media tab? What's that for?
Not too shabby.
Hi.
There's a second.
So while that one's cooling, we'll take a look at these coils that they included. Those look pretty nice. I know I really enjoyed that nunchaku.
Oh. Sorry about that. Just be daughter coming home from work. Bless
No
her.
worries.
She works for an ex-Walmart company.
Ex-Walmart company?
Yeah, Asda. It used to be owned by Walmart. But they're not anymore, apparently. Oh, love that.
What size are these? This might be the only mod that I own.
So I think were they not proprietary size nuts? Were the stupid sizes? Because normally they're like a 2.5, aren't they? Allen key.
They're 1.5. Normal
1.5.
Allen grub screws are 1.5 or 1.3.
Yeah. If that fits, you'll have to get your verni hair out and or the calipers and measure it down. Oh, 60 watt guy's back. Hey, buddy. Sorry.
I do not know where I put those Allen screws because I used the one on my monitor stand when I was cleaning up the office and moving stuff around. So I'm going to have to use the old trusty tri-tool to install these coils.
Ah. Very odd. Go for the good old dual build, I take it, sir?
Of course.
Of course.
It's going to be fun.
Not to. It would be rude not to.
All right.
I would cut them first, mate. Get them where you want them and see where they are. Excuse me, I've got a very dry throat and I don't know what's going on. Very odd. Very odd. I say. Yeah,
That's a little longer than the other one. I have lost track of most things on my desk. What is that,
8? Excuse me.
Nope.
Wow, Jesus Christ.
7.5. Yeah.
Kind of there, isn't it?
7.5. And the other one I cut. There's 7.5. Make them the same.
Yep. Makes life easier, mate. God, old school there, man. A dual post RDA, man. Proper old school. Sharing the same posts. Love it.
The only reason you love it is because you're not the one trying to play monkey and...
that's why I'm loving it. It's so amusing.
Well, I certainly love to entertain people.
Wait, were you vaping when this shit was around? Were you vaping then? Or were you still on
Negative.
the stingies?
I was still on the stinkies, didn't know about any of this shit.
You missed out on all the fun and games, and now it's come back to haunt you.
I subjected myself to this torturous idea a long time ago, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, balancing the coils. That's just the typical setup where you need 3 hands. Pretty much.
All right, that one's done. How's this other one look? Well, I can see the posts, so I guess as long as they're straight.
Yeah, man.
We just tighten them down.
Doesn't look too bad.
Nice thing about these tri-tools, though, you can really crank down on these. All right.
Oh, all of mine are fucked. They're just all stripped.
Oh, I'm sure you got dozens of them by now.
Oh, God Christ. It's like a collection. You've got a collection of tri-tools and you've got a collection of blue screwdrivers.
0.17.
Oh, yeah. That's got to drop a little when you burn them in, surely.
They're space coils. They're gonna fucking be perfect. What else can you ask for?
Oh, yeah.
And since we're doing it old school today, I might as well use the Muji cotton that was supplied with the kit.
Good old Muji, man. No wrong with Muji. Love this stuff. Last year for fucking ever.
They legit put a single sheet of folded Muji cotton into a pouch and heat sealed it. It's not one of those ones, you know, where they folded this thing over.
Yeah, they've actually sealed proper, good and proper.
Pull out the proper scissors.
Crushed it now. They've probably crushed it now.
Oh, it is. Pull off the skin.
Pull off the outsides. I know people that you'd leave that on. I've heard of people. Some people leave it on. Why?
Well, on this one, it only had one-sided skin. The other side isn't even skin. It was floofy cotton.
Well, floofy cotton. That's what you want, my friend.
That feels a little much for her. I think it's going to be tight coming through there. All right, well. Let's give this a shot.
There's only one way to find that. Oh,
shove the shit in there and hope it works.
Exactly.
All right, that works.
It's tremendous, that.
Holy crap. Nailed it on the first try.
Muji. You can always get Muji in straight away, man. It's good shit.
Dummy didn't check the height of the coils to make sure it's body airflow.
Ah.
That's dead right. Shit. Nailed it twice. What the heck?
I'm not having this, like, a dual post deck, and he's absolutely nailed it first time. You're getting too good for this, man. I'm telling you. I'm sure you practiced beforehand.
Nope. I only did it one other time when I got this green one.
Space coils again.
So a little tuck and roll, just like we were taught when we were children.
Yep.
Tuck and roll, boys and girls. Tuck and roll.
It's got a kind of deep deck on it, hasn't it, for the juice? Jesus.
Sure is. That's pretty nice right there.
Yeah.
All right. You wanted to see the caliper. We're going to get the calipers out.
The calipers. Expert at them. Zero the boys out. Oh, 7 mil. That's kind of deep, that, like.
Yeah. That gets me excited. All the juice you're going to be able to keep in that well.
Well, you would have been a squonker. You want a deep juice well, you know what I mean?
All right. Let's see if we can do it 2 times.
Oh, that looks about right.
See if we can find the skin.
Way aye. Up it goes. There you go. There's a two-sided skin, man. That's always made me wonder, right, with Muji cotton, they've always nailed it on the thickness. It just depends on how wide you cut it. Have you ever noticed that?
For the most part.
Oh, look at that, man. Jesus. 2 off the belt. What can we see?
Another tuck and roll.
That's loads of room on that deck, like, isn't that? Jesus. Absolutely loads.
Now, what juice are we going to throw on here? That's the question.
So, I've got a rough idea.
I got this one sitting here. I'm just going to use this one. That's a good flavor. Watermelon. Wayne did an awesome job with that recipe. All right.
Yes, Scott, the Wasp Nano Pro is absolutely mint, mate. Scott Merriman. If you've just come in, mate, welcome. I can't remember seeing you before, so if you've just arrived, welcome, welcome, and welcome again. Cracking it, large, you. I'll tell you. Can it knock it? What's going on with that blind? Yeah. Oh, yeah, mate.
Are these both the same height?
Double check it.
Need some airflow underneath that sucker, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you got to keep the bottom of the coil clear.
Oh, I was right. This one's lower. Look, it won't fit underneath there. Run this one.
You gotta lift it up.
Okay.
You're in. Oh, yes.
Now, if I remember correctly, I like it just a little closed, about
Happy.
it away. On an nunchaku from last time I did it. Move all these boxes out of the way. Finish my buzz ball.
Look cool, them. Like, I like the sound of them buzz balls. You can get
Buzz
absolutely
balls.
mortal on them. You can get absolutely mortal on them. Well,
15% alcohol.
15%.
200 mil.
Jesus Christ.
200 mil buzz ball.
3 of them, I'll be way gone.
1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila floor.
Yep. Definitely.
3
Without
buzz
a doubt.
balls.
I take it that's vape heaven, not vape hell.
No wattage controls needed whatsoever.
I wonder what it's pumping out then.
It's a semi-mechanical mod. It just checks for dead shorts, and it's straight up battery power.
Got ya.
Can't fuck it up.
Mech, man. You cannot beat a mech. No circuitry, nothing that can go fucking wrong.
Well, I'm sure there's circuitry in this one because they have battery safety protection. There's a charging port on there.
Oh, I'd be certain, yeah, like. Even so.
The Nunchaku is fantastic. I think Jay Hayes even said it was the best fucking dripper of the year.
Good dripper, like. I've never owned one, like, but I've heard good shit about it.
I got that one. The Freemax
Nice
Twister
dripper.
looks just like this.
All right.
And it's pretty much the same thing. You know, this one has an up to down button, whereas the Freemax actually has a knob on the bottom. You can dial the wattage up and down.
That's right, had the dial on the bottom, didn't it?
Just a single battery little tube mech. A tube mod, not a mech.
Works like a treat.
No fear, no limits, no excuses. You all blocks. What was their logo? Pump out every bit of flavor.
Oh, you will with that, like, definitely.
Well, the only downside of putting any e-liquid in here is I got to replace this. Can't have a squonker and not try out the squonk feature.
Yeah, because it's got its own patented pump feature in it.
I'm going to have to make another 30 ml bottle of this because this is some good shit.
Make a bigger bottle if it's that good. Make 120.
I could.
Yeah. Well, look at it. You've just put that bottle straight in that squonk bottle, so, you know, it's not going to last you long if you keep making 30 ml bottles, is it?
All right. Go back over the camera. Look at this mess I
See
got.
how it works. What you like? See how the old operation works. See if it chucks it out or.
There you go.
There you go. That's spot on, that man, isn't it?
That
Typical
works
squonk.
pretty damn good.
Works like a treat.
Fuck it, we're done.
He's gone to vape heaven, boys and girls.
Oh, delicious!
Yeah.
Nunchaku.
What can you say? The results speak for themselves, sir.
The thing that gets me is
Oh, yeah.
the design of this frickin' dripper right there.
Yeah.
That's almost exactly the same as the one everybody was gaga and goo-gooing over. What was it, 454 Customs? I'm having a brain fart. I can't think of it. The one that Vic always did his
Oh, the Goon.
The Goon.
Ah, the Goon.
Same basic design as the freaking Goon.
Yeah.
The only difference is the Goon's got 3 holes in there instead of a slot.
Yeah. The Goon.
Mike Haynes, hello and welcome to the stream.
Hi, Mike. I hope you're doing well, sir. I know, see, it was more or less just a cheaper version of the Goon, weren't they? But if it works the same, why not? I've never owned a goon because I just thought it was very overpriced. I just never got interested in it.
I got one. I can't attest to the fact that it's legit or not. I don't know if it's a clone or if it's legit. I bought it from China, and it wasn't made in China, so maybe it's a knockoff, maybe it isn't. But I was never that impressed with it. Now, the nunchaku, I've been impressed with it from day one. When I tried it on here, and when I saw sitting in the box last night, I was talking to my wife. I'm like, what am I going to do for my retro vape tomorrow? I don't want to have to dig in this laundry basket for stuff. And I'm like, let me look at that little wicker basket I brought in from my mom's room. What do I have in there? I saw this, and I'm like, okay, that's what we're doing. We're doing the UL Block Squonk, and we're doing the Tab Pro.
I just wonder what that's going for now with this day and what we've got this day and age now. What's it gone for? I'm going on there, see what they're doing it for.
It's fucking delicious.
That's just a review. I want to try and find a price, but I don't want a fucking review on it. Whoa!
All right. It's time for our adult beverage number 2. Finally, chance to give Mountain Dews,
well, that
the hard Mountain Dew a chance.
That nunchaku kit that you've got, the actual kit, is sitting at £40 in the UK for that kit you've got, that green one. But I'm struggling to find the actual RDA. I don't want the kit.
And the Tab Pro, it's kind of weird. You got to put a
kit.
Let me pull that off of the blocks, because I'm curious to see how
Holy
this
shit,
Ohm
no.
tab.
Oh, look at that.
We turn it to mod mode.
Ooh.
So 0.16 ohms.
That's the kit.
Tastes like shit.
Tastes like shit.
Trying to fire it on the Ohm tab, on this Tab Pro, tastes like shit.
Really?
Move it over to the UL Blocks Squonk mod. Fucking delicious.
That's so odd. There's nobody selling the nunchaku on its own. They're selling it as a kit. This is very odd.
Delicious.
There is a nunchaku 2, apparently, and a 3.
Really?
Yeah. It's a 2 kit. What's the 2 kit look like? It's more rounded, and it's the 2 kit's got a display on it, and it's more rounded. I don't know if I can show you that. I'll see if I can whip me doodah on.
The juice pump, 0.13 milliliters for each press. Precise.
There you go. That's the 2 kit. I've got up on the screen now. It's more rounded. Oh, I don't like the look of that. Like, yeah, it's got a tank on.
I don't see the... Hold on a second. There we go.
It's got a tank on it. That looks horrible. Ugh, I don't like that. That's disgusting.
With a tank on it.
I don't like that at all. That looks awful. It just looks like a round blob. It's got a little screen on it. Oh
After the show today,
bad.
I think I need to get on there with you and help you set up a dock in OBS for your social stream.
Yeah. I mean, I can name...
No, you don't worry about minimizing it. I'm not worrying about it.
Yeah, but yeah, that's the
We still
two.
get that general idea.
I like the one, though. I like the first one the best. Like, I mean, Nunchaku. But they seem to be selling it... I mean, they look at that Legion of Vapes. It's only like 35 quid, like, but I mean... yes, I'm over 18, unfortunately. They're selling that for 35 quid. Nah, not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of the two, like. But there we go. Oh shit, I forgot to turn that off. That's one of my little flaws, isn't it? Turn that off. There you go, I'm back.
Decent flavor, smooth airflow for the RDA.
Yeah, man.
I think the flavor's fantastic. How old is this UL Blocks? Did you happen to catch that?
I'll have a look at that. UL Blocks kit is right there. Oh God. We're looking at 2019. 2019, sir. That's when that was around.
Have a good night, Paul.
You take where? 6 a.m. where he is. Oh my God. Bless you.
And we'll make Mike a mod as well.
Wow. Oh.
No.
Not horrible, is it?
It's not horrible, but
not great.
You can tell it's zero sugar. Tastes like a diet fruit punch.
What's happened there?
With
the feed on YouTube's clears a bell. Me looking at you, us two here have gone blocky.
Nah, I'm good on my end.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, we're back. We're back. Oh, it's probably me when I just put the display capture on my computer. Probably shit itself. What the fuck's that?
Well, the thing is with Video Ninja, it will keep up with what you can stream. It'll notice if your bandwidth is too low, and it'll cut back the resolution for what you view. Yeah. But it'll keep sending your full image out. It prioritizes me getting a clean feed over you looking clean feed at me.
Yeah. Yeah, we're back to normal now. I think it was just a little bit a delay of some sort. We're back to normal.
No, I don't like it.
Nah.
I'm giving this to my brother-in-law. He can have the other 2 cans of this fruit punch. Yuck.
60-watt guy is multitasking. He's going to build his Pro RDA Rabbit. Ooh, Rabbit? Rabbit?
The Dead Rabbit Pro?
It's a new one.
I don't know about that one. Ugh.
No, he just said he bought.
Do I have any coffee left? Please tell me I have some coffee left.
Said he bought the Wasp Nanos or something like that. I thought he was going to build on that.
I definitely do not recommend the hard Mountain Dew, zero sugar, freaking tastes like a diet fruit punch. Tastes like a diet. I knuckle tested a bad fruit punchy liquid.
There you go. Oh my God.
What's the difference between a dirty bus stop and a lobster with boobs? One is a crusty bus station and the other one is a busty crustacean.
Where does this person find these? Where do you find these? Aromamizer Ragnar. I do have that 60 watt guy. It's belter. It's a cracking tank.
The Ragnar is one I did not get from Steam Crave.
Oh, it's a belter.
I wanted to, but when I was placing orders, it was never on the priority list.
Oh, it's good tank. Very good tank. It's like I say, I mean, I haven't really come across a bad Steam Crave product yet, to be honest with you. They've all been up there, you know what I mean? Even the old ones, you know, I mean, like the original Aromamizer that had the rubber band on as your airflow, in its day, that was miles ahead of everything else. The flavor was fantastic.
I prefer the Aromamizer Plus. I didn't like the original Aromamizer that was really skinny, had a 510.
Yeah, they were too little.
Yeah, they were too little.
I think where, you know, like obviously Steam Crave were always big, weren't they? Then they've gotten a bit smaller over the years, haven't they? I mean, I've got the, what's that one? That's the V3 on there. That's the Aromamizer Plus V3 on that one. Love that tank. It's absolutely fantastic.
I bought that one and never got around to doing a comparison. I wanted to compare the V2 to the V3 and see what the differences were.
Oh, this is unbelievable. But it's all Steam Crave. It's on the Hadron 220. So there you go, all Steam Crave. Love the stuff.
I'm gonna have to get around to that once I get done with these other ones that I just picked up. I think tomorrow I'm going to drop the repair video, and the day after that, I'll do the Kylan V3 and get them uploaded. And then by this weekend, I should have the iPlay review done. And then next week, it's going to be the Peak Bar, and I should be about halfway done with the Osiris by then. Stacking my plates up. I want to get back in the swing of things.
Like I say, if you did work the first time, have a play about this Osiris. It'll probably take you a couple of goes to get it, but you'll get there.
And then this weekend, I want to go over my wife's new car, you know, do basic oil changes, fluid changes, and that kind of thing, and check the ball joints. Go over the car and see if there's anything I need to replace before winter gets here.
What about timing belt? Is that on a timing belt or is it a chain?
It's a chain.
Oh, that's not too bad.
It's a chain, and it's got an internal water pump that's run by the chain. But that engine is like buttery smooth, like it was just pulled off the factory lot yesterday.
Yeah.
There's no valve clicking or tapping or nothing.
Like I say, a lot of our UK shit now is timing belts, and that's normally the first job you do just for pure peace of mind if it's got no history.
Yeah, especially at 96,000 miles, because you got to do the 100,000 mile service on it, and it got you 100,000. Put the time and effort into it, get you another 100,000, or you can let it go, and then about 140 to 160,000, you're going to start getting problems.
Well, you know yourself, if a timing belt snaps, that's it. Disaster, isn't it? It's goodbye car. Pretty much. It's a scary prospect, isn't it? A rubber band, that's pretty much making your engine work nicely. If that rubber band goes, it's fucked.
Yeah, if you have a zero clearance engine, you could really be screwed.
Some of the modern edges are crap. And I had an old Renault. Was a Renault people carrier thing, and I was doing about 50 miles an hour. The timing belt snapped on us, just died on us altogether. Wasn't horsing it, doing about 50 miles an hour. Pulled over, gave big trail of oil behind the car, and I went, "That's not good." Opened up the bonnet. The con rod had come straight through the engine block at 50 miles an hour on a timing belt snapping. Fact.
The Odin V2, no. I wasn't going to spend the $90 plus tax on it.
Nah, it's not worth the money, man.
It is worth the money, you know, but I was ordering a bunch of other stuff. I wanted to get the Blaze and the Blaze Solo, and I wasn't willing to trade 2 RTAs for a new mod.
So I'll tell you what put me off the Odin. The same thing that put me off the top side. They've done a normal version with its own board in, and then they've done the cash grab and put a friggin' a DNA board in, and that's what he's going to do with the V2. He's going to do another version with the DNA board in.
I'm going to wait on it. Come Christmas time, the price is going to drop. It's no longer going to be $90 because, you know, that's what they do. They'll put it out with their own board at $90. Yeah. Then come Christmas time, they're going to put it out with a DNA board.
And then the
DNA board version is going to be $140.
Yeah.
Easy. But because the V2 has been out for a number of months, they'll probably be selling that for $60.
Oh, as soon as that's released, the price on that will just drop.
And then I'll spring on it.
But with the top side, I preferred their board than the board they put in. I preferred the board it came with. It just went with the mod.
Oh, I have no problem with the original Odin 1 as far as the board goes. I mean, it was perfect. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Didn't need a DNA board. Would I have liked to have had one with a DNA board? Yeah, but at this point, it wouldn't have really mattered. Even if I had a DNA board in there, the plastic that they use to secure the battery posts and the spring that puts tension on your batteries would have broke at this point anyway.
Yeah.
So instead of being out $60 for a mod, I would have been out $100+ for a mod.
Yeah, not a lot of money, matey. Like I say, especially in your part of the world, with the taxes that they're putting on them, Jesus Christ, you're paying more in tax than what you are for the product.
And quite honestly, I've got plenty of mods. I'm not hurting for a mod right now.
It's just, it's a shiny thing, isn't it? It's just a collecty thing, isn't it? You know what I mean? A lot of people like the new shinies and all that. I did for a while, and then I thought, fuck me, I can't afford to keep doing
I
this.
do too, but now it's gotten to the point now where I've got so much. I mean, I still have over half a laundry hamper full of retro vapes. Quite honestly, the one that I haven't been doing because most people aren't interested in them is a bunch of the Smok stuff. I've got all of their stock tanks. TFV8, the 12, the Prince, the 16, the 18. We'll get to them eventually, but it's like...
It's still a retro vape, but, you know, they're still popular in the day. Everybody's had them. Just the older ones had a bad rep for leaking or burning out.
Yeah, but the thing is, the brand new coils that came with the things lasted you a good 2 weeks. And then when you bought the replacement coils, maybe 3 out of them were decent. 2 or 3 out of a 5-pack were decent. The rest of them leaked or were the wrong resistance or prematurely died.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I don't know. It was just a thing with it at the end of the day. That was the downside. I've never had an issue with any of the mods. I thought all the mods grafted fine. You know, it did what it did. Done the job, didn't it? Vaped at fucking X amount of watts and it just kept going.
I still love this Arc Fox.
Oh, I've still got mine kicking there. It's beautiful.
I love it.
Just
water resistant, IP67 rated. Fantastic.
Spot on.
But even the Scar 18 mod was good. I had no complaints about it.
I think when Smok put the new board in, they've kind of jumped ahead, haven't they? You know what I mean?
It's no Geek Vape Ages Legend, though.
No.
Those ones, you could drop them, beat the shit out of them, and it would never have any issues.
I've still got mine. It's still going strong. The Geek Vape Legend, still got it. And I got the Geek Vape X, which is basically the Legend with a big screen on it.
I've heard a lot of vape shops that I've talked to recently, especially over the last 6 months, complain about the Geek Vape L200, the replacement for it. You know, they sell them and, you know, their customers are really happy, and then they'll come back in a month or 2 months later and go, oh man, the screen's dead, or, oh, you know, it's giving me faulty messages all the time, or telling me that my resistance changed all the time and nothing changed.
It's just like everything, and it's just sometimes it produces a load of shite.
Yeah, I love the freaking squonker. You vape it 3 or 4 times, you hit the squonk, and you keep going. It's just.
You're definitely liking that kit, aren't you?
Hell yeah. And then you can see what your juice level is in the bottle.
That's cool. I like the way it's fully enclosed as well. You're not fucking about squeezing the side and all that. I like the way it's all fully enclosed. You push a button on the top. Happy days.
I think this has become my favorite squonk.
Because you know yourself, when you're squeezing a squonk bottle, you're always over squonking because you're going, it's not working, and then, oh, it's working.
Yep.
I was terrible. I'm terrible for over squonking.
Always over squonk it, then you get the juice dripping out of the side.
Yeah. Oh, I'm terrible for it.
Now you know why it's still selling for the price it's selling for.
Yeah. Still
5 years old, and this thing is just as good as any other squonk mod I got.
Yeah. No doubt.
And then all the people complaining about the Lost Vape one, because if your 510 pin is too long, this bottle won't stay attached.
Yeah, mine.
I've had multiple people comment on that.
Mine was like the same. The bottle used to pop out all the time, to the point where I just stuck an RDA on it. I mean, sorry, like a very small RDA on it. Sorry, I just dripped it rather than squonk it. The mod itself's fine, drops everything, but that fucking bottle just kept falling off all the time. I was,
Another fantastic stream, my friend.
It is, man. Especially if you lend it, you know, you've got a happy note there. Nice kit. Then a Chateau RTA. Nice juice.
Last thing to try, this freaking out of the blue apple crumble recipe. Pull out the Arc Fox, get the drop out, and drop the drop.
Hence the name. You keep dropping it.
I'm gonna have to throw some Wicking here.
You never know, you might have stumbled across a fantastic recipe, my friend. You never know. Apple, you kind of feel what apple, surely. Apple's nice.
I do need to put the rest of these things back into the box. I boxed up this stuff and left out all the bits and bobs.
Oh, that's not good. Make sure you put the right bits and bobs back in the right bits and bobs box.
Leave the cotton out. I might as well use that cotton. Muji Cotton's Muji Cotton. Battery safety chart.
Has it got a normal pin in with the kit, so you can just use it as a normal RDA? Has it got an extra pin in it? Or has it just got the squonk pin?
Yeah, it's got a regular pin.
Regular pin. So you can use it in a normal RDA as well. That's cool.
Regular pin, extra insulator. Nice.
Obviously, you use your extra screws and all that stuff. Awesome, man. Awesome bit of kit.
Very pleased with it.
Yeah, it looks nice as well.
Ruh-roh.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Happens when I clean it and I go to take it out. It's no longer 3 millimeters in diameter, no longer straight. Try and round it out a little.
Try whacking a 3 milli rod down it, I suppose, if it push come to shove.
I just pulled off.
The plastic, yeah.
Gave it just enough clearance to run it through.
That's kind of why I've never been a fan of shoelace. You know, you pour it through and the plastic stops it going through. And like you see, you take the plastic up and it goes through and you're like, why have it on then? You know what I mean?
Well, if it's actually a true 3 millimeter, it'll slide through no problem. But if you get it like a 2.8 or you get some variations in the coils.
Yeah, it just hits it. Still be nice to have a bit of wiggle room on the lace bit, you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, you're going to cut it off anyway, aren't you?
That's the reason why I truly love the Vape Fly. Or the Firebolt cotton.
Yeah.
Firebolt cotton is like the original cotton that came with it. The wicks on, or the shoelace on the end is so skinny. You could run this through a 2.5 mil, but the cotton would obviously be too much.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know, if your cotton's for a 3 milli coil, that's champion. But like you see, you don't need to lace it like such a quick, like a big diameter. You want to get it through the coil.
But I can't beat the price for this. You know,
no.
$10 for a refill pack, and it's got 50 pieces in there.
Oh,
some of the bagged vape cotton stuff only has 15 or 20 pieces in there, and they're charging you $15 to $20 for it.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? Pardon me. Oh, damn it. Oh. Looks good. Yeah. Smoking. Somebody
might have come across a good recipe.
Does it smell nice, is it? Oh.
It does.
Oh.
Throwing a little of that graham crust in there.
Gives it that crumble smell, yeah? Mm-hmm.
It might have solidified that whole crumble topping. Hey, where's the frickin' O-ring? I hate when these drops do that.
That's not good.
It was one thing I found on the floor whenever I was cleaning up around here. Now I know what tank it was from.
There you go.
That's the only problem I've had with this drop 1.5. This frickin' O-ring keeps wanting to come off of there. You got to lube it up, make sure that you don't slice it off. Now it works perfect.
Happy days.
Close it down a third of the way. Too much crumble, not enough apple.
Really?
Tastes like a granola bar. And not enough sweetness.
Well, we can always change the name to Hunky's Granola Bar.
Yeah, it still needs more fruit. Let's go back and adjust
That's
this.
That's the conundrum, though. Do you add more fruit or do you take away the crumble?
The actual overall flavoring, my recipes. We're going to double the Purellum Country Apple. Edit this. We're going to take this up to a 6.
%6 on that.
So it's going to be 1.8, which means we need to add 0.9. I need a cap remover.
The bottle opener.
And I'm also going to double the Fuji apple. All right. So Fuji apple, we're going to put another 0.45 in there. The combination of the brown sugar and the graham crust and the crumble topping is just too much. Despite, me having it in at 0.25%, apple butter's 0.25%. Okay.
Oh, jeez. Oh, dear me. There's one for you.
So we'll need 0.9 of this.
Mallory Gates states, boobs are like Lego. They're really for kids, but the dads always end up playing with them. Oh, true.
All right. Now, if this doesn't work for this recipe, I'm going to remove the brown sugar. It's only 0.5%. You would think that it wouldn't make that much of a difference.
Yeah, like for that, for 0.5%, no, does it?
I just wanted it to be a little sweeter and a little richer and give it a little molasses note to the recipe.
Ah, this fucking dog.
Yeah, I think I need to remove the brown sugar. I'm definitely getting the apple now.
Yeah.
And it's definitely like an apple crumble. I think it needs some more sweetness.
Maybe it's less brown sugar, a little bit more sweeter.
Well, I'm going to put the 0.15 of the super sweet in, because I'm definitely getting an apple crumble out of this. But
just not quite sweet enough.
I'm going to see what this extra sweetness takes it to. 0.16. Okay. And granted, I should wait 24 hours before I...
Yeah, but if you can go somewhere near, you know what I mean?
It's definitely got the right flavoring components in there. It's just a matter of balancing the percentages.
Yeah. How much of what's in it?
And I'm curious to see how this extra super sweet is going to alter the perception of the rest of the flavorings. It might amplify that brown sugar flavor.
Does that, like? That's now gone. Drop the rest of that one in.
You know what? I'm going to have to come back to it because the knuckle test is perfect. The knuckle test is pretty much what I was aiming for.
Yeah.
That apple is punchy in forefront, and you get a nice base of crumble that has a hint of sweetness. But vaping, it still tastes like a granola.
Strange, very strange. Like, give us a moment, I need to go to the boys' room. Oh, my apologies.
It's a very delicious e-liquid. I can finish this bottle off just the way it is. If I were to add a touch of honey, this would definitely be a granola bar. But I want to try and focus on what the original intent was. Make it an apple blossom crumb. Perhaps if I were to substitute out the graham crust and put a pie crust in instead. That might be all this recipe needs to make it more like an apple blossom. It was still fun doing it. Something different. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to do the Fuji apple. That's at 3. Cool. And then I'm definitely going to make a V2 version without the brown sugar in it. I might actually pull out the brown sugar and the graham crust to make sure that the base is right, and then maybe throw in some pie crust to bend that crumb so it's not just a crumble topping. You can legit taste the actual crust of the blossom. But considering it was just thrown together on the fly, I'm not going to complain about this recipe at all. Definitely vapeable.
Oh, sorry about that, but you gotta go when you gotta go, I'm afraid.
So Mike says that the Odin 2 has a C-frame design on it.
Yeah.
I don't remember that from the review video I saw.
I think it did for the batteries. I could have swore. I could be wrong.
I definitely prefer C-frames over the insert the batteries and then have a lid on the end that flaps around.
Yeah.
Geek Vape L2 is over a year old and still going strong.
Can it be bad? Can it be bad? Glue is.
See, 60 Watt Guy had a problem with his L200 as well.
For some reason, everybody reckons they're absolutely woeful.
The legend is the legend for a reason. From Geek Vape.
Well, that's what yeah, you don't think it's like sometimes when companies release a mod, they think it's been that successful. We'll release a follow-up, and the follow-up doesn't live up to the one that was one before, and everybody's like, it's shit. You know what I mean? Either wouldn't too. I'm sure it's a C-frame, if I remember correctly. Yeah, C-frame. Ooh, that's fucking nice, that. Dum. I like that a lot. That's nice.
I'm going to have to let this sit for 24 hours before I do anything else with this recipe.
I think you do. Let it rest a day or two, see where you're off, because I think you'll get a better idea once some of the stuff start to blend a bit, you know what I mean?
The apple's in there just where it needs to be right now. I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
The graham crust and the brown sugar, I think, is just too much. If I remove those two and throw in a pie crust instead.
That could work. That could work.
Because what I was thinking of in my head is, see if I can find a picture of it.
You're going to put food on the screen. You're going to put food on the screen, aren't you?
That's what I was looking for.
Oh my god. Oh shit, that looks so good.
So the graham crust was wrong. I should have used pie crust instead of graham crust. And then, like I said, the next one that I'm going to make, I'm going to take out the graham crust, take out the brown sugar, and just mix it the way it is, and maybe add a little pie crust instead of graham crust, and see if I can get this to be the flavor.
Oh my god, look at that.
See the crumble on the top? The crumble flavor's right.
Oh.
This is not present in the recipe at all.
I don't want to vape it, I want to eat it. Oh my god, look at that.
Because the inside of there is a cored apple with caramel syrup on it.
Oh my god.
There you go, mate. I took it off the screen for you. I know that was torture.
No, you can put it back on. I was quite happy. I just think I just need a nice topping of cream or custard, or maybe ice cream. Oh, that would just... Damn.
Crumble Crunch Apple Blossom. Start with a flaky pastry made with our own flour blend, snuggled up inside a delectable mix of fresh peeled, locally sourced apples, natural cane sugar, and Indonesian cinnamon, and topped with a simple, delicious mixture of pastry crumbs, buttery cream, light brown sugar, rolled oats, and even a little more cinnamon.
I hear it. I'm drooling. I'm actually dribbling.
I'll go get you a towel.
Yeah, I need more than that towel, all right. Jesus Christ almighty. Oh. That sounds so good.
Fully baked and frozen fresh.
I'm going to check out a recipe now to make a fresh one.
You can get a 2-pack for $5 and then pay $20 to ship it to you. Or you can get a 12-pack. How much is a 12-pack going for?
I'm going to make one. I'm going to find a recipe and make it.
$12.99 for a 12-pack. Ready in 60 seconds in your local microwave.
60 seconds, Jesus.
Yeah, because all you're doing is thawing it out and heating up the apple on the inside.
Oh. Nom, nom, nom. Damn.
Mm-mm-mm.
I love shit like that. Love it, man. Kind of gone wrong. Nothing like a nice dessert.
Definitely got the right amount of sweetness in it now. Got the right amount of apple in it.
Hey, see by the product, you need that pie pastry, and not
the pastry crust.
Yeah.
Yep.
That will probably nail it.
Yep. Like I said, I'm going to make it without the brown sugar and without the graham crust. Then I'll throw the pie crust in there to give it that flaky texture for the crust. And then if I need to, I can always put back in a little bit of the brown sugar.
Ooh, maybe it's a bit of the crumble, because you can see there was a little bit of crumble, scrupled on
The crumble's already in the recipe. I got the crumble topping from Wonder Flavors, and they nail crumble flavor.
Yeah. I love it.
But that is a tasty vape, just the way it is.
Like I said, you made it on the fly, so you kind of knew you might have had to tweak it. So for a first attempt, you can't go wrong, can you?
Don't really like this.
I'm not a fan of it. I don't mind that information on the front. I think that's a good idea, but nah.
But to automatically put it in, when you power it on, it goes into fire mode. It's an ohm tab. When you power it on, I want it to go into measuring the resistance.
Yeah, ohms.
And then once you've measured the resistance, then you can choose to fire it.
Yeah.
That's just a bad choice right off the bat. And then this whole thing is, the bottom half of this is nothing but plastic. The top half of this is the actual zinc alloy. So what's the point in turning it this way when it's top heavy?
I don't understand why they've got it turning. Why not just leave it faced up?
So that you can try it.
What, vape up an ohm reader? No. That's never going to work.
On the Bushido it would work because there's enough power in here to fire the Bushido, but there's no wattage setting on it.
That's what I mean. So what's it firing at?
At least with the BP Mods ohm tab.
You can set your wattage.
Futon ohm tab. You can set the wattage.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You can set voltage or wattage.
Yeah. I love mine. Like, I'm honestly, that's probably one of the best buys for a long time. That for me. Absolutely.
I'm very glad that I got my hands on this when it was available.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then in the back, you've got some space. You can throw some Muji cotton and some coils in here.
Yeah.
And I've done this before where we went camping. And that's what I took with me. Yeah. I threw this into my little bag. Because these things come with an ohm reader as well.
Oh, the ohm reader, them shite. I give up on mine. They're horrible. They're absolutely crap.
But it fits in there perfectly.
Well, it was made for that. I mean, your other one would probably fit in the same hole, to be honest with you.
It works great. Little Muji emergency stash. Then there's that organic cotton I sent you.
Yeah. I'm on my second packet of that. I've just started.
That was cheap as chips. I think I picked up a 5-pack of that for $13 off of Amazon.
Well, like I said, you've gone from Christmas, or just before Christmas, 8 months, August, and that little pouch has just gone now. So I've only just started on my next one. That's fucking value for money all day, that, man.
Yeah, because inside here is 13 feet of organic cotton.
Oh, it's awesome.
Japanese organic cotton.
Yeah, I've only just started the second pouch.
And we'll do that next week. I do have it here. I did get it ready. The original Doom.
Oh, yeah, you've still got it there, yeah.
So I'll put that on the agenda for next week.
Good little tank, mate. Once you get it right, spot on. I'm very impressed with it.
Well, it's like the Kylan M. You know, I was watching when I was doing the review for the Kylan 3. I did a bunch of, you know, videos for the other previous generations of them.
Yeah.
And like I put up Rip Trippers for his review, the original one, and then the V2, and then I've got Steve doing the V3, and I got Mike Vapes doing the mini V2, and then Vic did the Kylan M.
Yeah.
But just, you know, watching it, I'm like, I remember doing and building the Kylan M, and if you got the wicking right on it, holy fuck, was that a saturated vape. I get why people love mesh.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, like I say, I've still got the mesh in the Titan, and I'll probably stick with that now for a long time. Absolutely love it.
The most saturated vape I've ever had in my entire life was on the Profile. But I had to re-wick it 6 times before I finally got it to the point where the juicing could keep up and it never got a dry hit. And then it really irritated me when it only lasted 48 hours before I was starting to get dry hits again.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's not worth it.
It's the only downside of some because they just drink the juice. They just literally drink the juice. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the first time that it can't keep up with it, it singes your cotton, and then forever it has that flavor. And it just keeps getting worse and worse.
Yeah.
There's no forgiveness to it whatsoever.
Some of them, I think some of the early ones were like that. You know, you're like, yeah, you get 4 or 5 hits, and then you're like, what the fuck, you know? And you're dripping, and oh, it was just a pain.
Kenny, can you get cotton gods? I've never found it here in the States.
I would imagine so, yeah. Cotton gods, yes. Where Vic used it, the gold one, gold packet. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen that around here.
Cotton gods, where I've had it before. To be quite honest with you, I wasn't really that impressed with it.
So it's nothing special. That's the way I feel with the cotton bacon. I've got V2. I've got
I thought the gods was pretty much the same as the bacon. To be honest, I didn't really see any kind of substantial difference. Yeah, it's only $3.99 a pack over here.
Cotton bacon prime.
Yeah, $3.99.
It is a really, really white cotton. Don't get me wrong, and all the strands are completely in line.
And you've got a cotton gods. You've got a cotton gods as well, which is another version of it.
The problem I had with it is when you go to peel them apart, it's like multiple layers of Muji.
Yeah.
And then the thing is, look.
That's the thing. It just falls apart when you try to pull it through your coil.
That's useless to me.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hype was for cotton bacon.
I've used it before. I mean, it was okay. I think it's just what I used when I started vaping, you know, because that's obviously what what was available, you know what I mean?
Well, that's what everybody was talking about and stuff. But once you actually buy it and you try and pull it through your coils and it separates, it's like, what's the hype?
That's what I'm saying. Like, at the time, a lot of shops were only just stocking cotton bacon. They weren't doing any other cottons. That's all the stock was bacon, so you kind of had to gamble with it. You know, like the brick and mortar shops.
I'd rather use Muji. It's way cheaper. And you cut it to the right width, peel, slide it through, you're done.
Oh, God, I totally agree with that. But I tend to use the Muji in my RDAs. I found in a tank it kind of collapsed too early. You know what I mean? It kind of collapsed in on itself too early in a tank, but in an RDA it didn't. So I just used it for RDAs.
That's why Firebolt was my favorite one. But I refuse to pay $20 for a bag of cotton. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It's cotton.
It's expensive, it is.
I can go to the drugstore and for $2 buy a bag of cotton balls and unroll them and use them if I had to. But Muji cotton's way better.
Just your cotton balls are bleached. That's why they're so white. They're being bleached.
Or...
And I don't find... Kendo Gold, that's strong.
I heard the Kendo Gold was pretty good.
Yeah.
There you go.
Cellu cotton. Ah.
You have regular and then you have the 100% cotton version of it. This is what they used in World War II is bandaging. That's where they got their name. Because they just used rayon fibers. And I vaped both of these and it works. It's kind of like that organic cotton that I sent you.
Oh, just on a string. Yeah. I got you. Yeah.
Phil did a little lab test where he tried this rayon and Muji cotton and a bunch of other ones, and he basically like put them into a petri dish and had e-liquid in the petri dish, and he like videoed how long it took for the wicks to saturate up.
Yeah.
But I mean, is that realistic? Does that really help you determine what's going to be the best wicking for you?
Not really, because your wicking depends on how you wick. You know what I mean? If you wick it too much, you're not going to get a
If
wick.
you choose too much cotton to pull through your coils all the time, you're going to have shitty
It's
results.
not going to happen, is it? Exactly.
And there's no way to guarantee that you're putting the same amount in every time you do it.
Yeah. But Muji cotton the other day, it's just makeup pads. That's what they sell it as on Amazon. Makeup pads. That's all it is.
That's all it is.
Can you unbleach bleach cotton? I wouldn't have thought so. The bleach turns it white, doesn't it?
The thing is, they do the processing, then they clean it after they bleach it. You know, that's already been sanitized and sterilized and flushed out, rinsed out, whatever, and then re-dried again. But I don't think it makes that much of a difference one way or the other.
I don't know. I wouldn't really go out of my way to try bleach cotton. I'd rather have your normal, you know what I mean?
I've used regular cotton balls that you buy in the pharmacy. You know, the women use to clean makeup off and stuff. I've unrolled that and used that before to vape. There's no taste to it whatsoever. I know it's just bleached cotton, but it works.
I was just wondering whether being bleached might have had maybe that taste of bleach in it, you know, but like you say, if the cleaning processes took the bleach out, because obviously when you're doing makeups and that, you don't want any chemicals on. You want it neutral, don't you? So it's got to be neutral, isn't it? You know what I mean? Kind of be putting bleach
They're
on
not
your face.
sterile, but people have used cotton balls before as Band-Aids. You know what I mean? You don't have a Band-Aid, you can put a piece of cotton ball on, throw a piece of tape over it, whatever kind of tape you have.
Yeah. It's a weird one. Something I've never tried.
I did, because in the beginning I was going to do, what's the best wicking material for vaping? And I couldn't come to a conclusion that I could recommend. Because it's all going to depend on how you wick.
Yeah. Well,
even with Muji, if you cut it 1 millimeter too much or too little, you're going to get a shit result.
Or even if you peel too much of the skin off, it's going to be shit. It's going to be too thin. You've got to be really careful with it. I mean, at the end of the day, as long as it's not falling to bits when you pull it through, like the cotton bacon, I mean, but I think the cotton god's done that. I'm sure it did. I think that's why I didn't like it. I think that was the same. Pulled it through.
Same as cotton bacon, it just pulled apart.
Yeah, you pulled. You get that tension again. Yes, then you're like, it's just fucking.
It doesn't make any sense. You get the end, finally get through your coil, and you go to pull it, and it's like the rest of it stays here, and you pulled out a little lump, and it's like there's nothing in your coil.
It's crap out of it. Never mind, man. Every man their own.
I haven't bought any since then. The only one I'll pick up every once in a while when I stop at a vape shop is that Firebolt, because I love the shoelace on it. Now, granted, there's a lot of situations where, especially in the bigger coils, you got to put 3 of those in there to get them to, fit inside your coil snugly. But oh well.
Generally, it's pretty good. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone their own, I suppose. You know what I mean? Everyone their own. Whatever's best for you, whatever works for you.
And quite honestly, us hobbyists are going to play with the different things and find out what works best for us.
Without a doubt.
You'll try something, if somebody says, oh, this works fantastic for me, you'll try it yourself. But if you have any issues with it, you're going to go back to your tried and true method, whatever that is.
Muji. Muji's always the battle.
It took me a longest time to get into using Muji. I just really? That's all there is to it? There's got to be something better than that. There isn't.
It's the simplicity of it, and it works.
Why complicate it if you don't have to? Why spend the extra money? You're not getting anything for it, extra money.
Yep. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's my philosophy. Happy days.
Well, sir, we're coming once again on the 5-hour mark, so
again.
I think we'll wrap it up for today. We really appreciate all of you guys sticking around once again.
As always, absolutely love it.
So, my wish is always peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. I'll see you guys next time.
As always, everybody, in chat, you do make this show. We absolutely love it when you all drop by, and obviously, yes, get your comments in. We absolutely love it. Again, thank you, Alex, for having me on. Sorry I was late tonight, guys. I was a bit of a cordon bleu in the kitchen today.
We're just glad you're okay.
But as always, guys, same time, same place next week. Stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you all very soon. You all take care now. Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.